will sound when you have 30 seconds remaining. Speakers registered on consent items will be taken following the announcement of any items being pulled or continued. Speakers will be given 3 minutes to speak on all items that they registered for. On the screen, you will see the order for the agenda for tonight. You will please note that item 222557, the Community Police Policy Advisory Board, will be taken up last, including the speakers with that item. Thank you.
Good evening. Welcome to your Forest City Council meeting. I'll call us to order.
Tonight's invocation will be by Pastor Randy Hardisty from Trinity Cumberland Presbyterian Church. Please stand for the invocation and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I don't get buzzed if I go too long, do I? Lord God, I'm going to pray to you different tonight. I'm going to pray with my eyes wide open. If my brothers and sisters want to join me in that, do that well. I hold my hands in high honor and praise to a holy God that I believe in with my whole heart. Some here, Lord, may not receive you the way I do. If you're okay with that, so am I. Father, there are brothers and sisters in here that I have yet to meet, but as I look at them, I see the glory of your creation. Even amongst the city council and all the staff servants, I see so much glory in this room, Lord God, that I know, Father, that you can bring our hearts and our minds and our mouths to honor you in this meeting in a way that Fort Worth's never seen before. I see people here I know that I love, but what I love is to see the people that I have yet to know and the things that I can learn from them, God. How you've blessed me and blessed all of us. Bless these leaders to serve all these people. And Lord, I'm trusting that all the contention that came in this room, all the adversity, all the things that don't honor you, that they're locked away right now. That every one of us that agree can speak kindly to those that disagree, and those that disagree can speak kindly to those they disagree with. I'm asking this so that when people look at this on a video or whatever they have in the world of electronics 10 years from now, they will say people in Fort Worth don't always agree, but they are a loving and a kind and agreeable people. That's to your honor, God. I love you, God. And I love these people here. And I want for them to feel the joy I feel inside, knowing you and knowing that you've already worked out everything that's going to take place tonight. According to your word, there's no Greek, no Jew, no slave, no free, no male, no female, no black, white, Hispanic, Iranian, Saudi Arabian. None of that exists. We are one in your creation through Jesus Christ. To praise and honor you, Lord God. Thank you for the blessing and favor you grant here tonight. Amen.
The first item will be a special presentation, the recognition of the Steer Fort Worth.
So this is my great honor to get to recognize our Steer Fort Worth Keyholders graduates. I will join you downstairs, but I just think it's a little easier for the audience to hear what we have to say about this awesome class of our keyholders. Steer Fort Worth is a nonpartisan nonprofit organization that grows emerging leaders to be civically engaged in Fort Worth, Texas. Mayor Betsy Price first established Steer Fort Worth in 2011 in response to the low voter turnout rates within the city from citizens in the young professional age range, and we became a nonprofit entity in 2016. Our primary goal is to foster civic engagement among emerging leaders in Fort Worth and the broader Tarrant County. We are here to be a resource and point of connection to help you understand the best ways to become involved in the city, and you might make some great friends along the way too. This graduation is for the Keyholders program. Keyholders is a fast-track civic engagement program, and participants will attend 6 focused evening sessions throughout the summer and early fall. These sessions covered key aspects of Fort Worth, including our history, government, economic development, and civic engagement. And at each session, these participants had the opportunity to learn and network with local leaders on these core topics. The program culminates with an event allowing Keyholders participants to network and potentially match up with local community organizations that can benefit from young professionals' involvement. Past positions have included board of directors, shadow seats, marketing, community outreach, and the focus of Keyholders is to move participants quickly towards engaging in the city and its organizational infrastructure. When I look at this awesome class of Keyholders, I think we are in great hands in the city of Fort Worth with young professionals ready to take on any task and lead this city into the future. And we thought it was very important tonight that we had the opportunity to ask you all to be here and recognize your great service to our community. So please join me in a round of applause, and I'll join you at the bottom.
Mayor and Council, regarding items withdrawn from the consent agenda, there are currently none, but I will note that on consent, MNC 22000880, approval is of the amended MNC, which was posted in backup with a minor correction to the numbering of the items listed under the recommendations. The next is items to be continued or withdrawn.
We have one item to be continued, and that is MNC 22-0867, and that'll be continued to November 29th.
The next is the consent agenda speakers, which I believe, Mayor, we have one.
Our first and only speaker on consent agenda is Bob Willoughby.
Well, you go ahead and start the video. I want to thank you for your autographs. Appreciate it. Okay.
The city website could be more people-friendly. What we see when clicking the little blue link is a blank page with a little blue download link. The page has lots of room for information so that we do not have to download every time for information like a phone contact to ask questions that are not provided. 22-2302 Notice of Claims for Alleged Damages or Injuries. Questions like what were the results of some of these claims? As it stands now, there is no vital information on the 22-2302 Notice of Claims for Alleged Damages or Injuries. and no phone number or name to ask. All of the items on the agenda have a blank page behind them that could share more information without having to always download.
Yeah, that's my question. I don't understand why we can't put more stuff and we don't have to download it, just one click over it, you know? And we could put stuff on there like, remove the public presentation from city council. That could be put on there. That would have been put on, we could have seen that, but, you know, they don't put anything on there. So we'd like to use that, get more information. So I don't understand that. And also, it'd be nice, when you went over there, that you could click back and be where you're at. Instead, you go back to the top of the agenda and you gotta scroll down again. So, you know, the thing could be more friendly, you know, and there's a big blank page there with nothing on it. I don't know why you could put more on there, but that's my thing. And I know I've asked about a lot of things down here, and none of them ever get done except for one they did that I asked about. And that was to release our agenda on Thursday nights instead of Friday nights, and they finally did that. And to the life of me, they must have got something out of it, or they'd never done it. I don't know what, but they got something. But I asked for that, and I'll take credit for having us, our agenda comes out on Thursday night. I'll take credit for that, okay? I'm the one been here asking about that, and I'll do that. Now, here's something else I'm asking. Let's see if they'll do it. Let's see if they'll start putting stuff on that blank page, like take away your right to speak at city council. You know, that's a good page to put it on. We can see it real clearly. Or let's give $500,000 to outside lawyers to keep Chief Fitzgerald from coming back. All that kind of stuff would be easily put on that big old page, but instead you got to go download. So that's a lot of work. Anyway, that's my complaint on that. I've asked before about this. I'm asking again. Let's improve the website, make it more people friendly.
Council, that's the last of our speakers on the consent agenda. Motion and a second. Any other discussion? Please vote.
Next item is upcoming and recent events, recognition of citizens, and approval of ceremonial travel if needed.
Working, sorry. First presentation is Councilmember Michael Crane. Okay.
Yeah, just want to say, we'll make, in the interest of time tonight, I just want to recognize, thanks to Ed Sperlin and the skipper at the base for nominating me to go out to the USS Ford as part of a dignitary exchange. So I got to fly on to the USS Ford, did a great visit. You can flip to the next screen because really this is the important part. Got to see lots of friends up there. Nettles that I met, she was running around and is a great doctor on the ship. As well as the guy on the far right, was born at Carswell back at some point, and it was just a great visit all the way around. You can flip to the next slide, I think. Yeah, more folks. The guy in the middle lived in Ridgely Hills when he was stationed here, and I happened to have my Ridgely Hills hat, so it was kind of cool to give that to him and see that, and did a shout out with my TCU Horned Frogs. And yeah, last slide. Oh. No, sorry, one more after this. This Overford Bridge, I just want to give a shout out to Jack Bartlett as part of his Eagle Scout project, was out there repainting it and getting it ready for all things ahead. So that's a big part of his Boy Scout troop that's out there helping out Eagle Scout. And then the last slide, I got to ride on the new street sweeper. So I was out in Meadows West, Bel Air Park North, and they let me drive it, sort of. But it was a fun day to be out there in the neighborhood. Thank y'all.
Thanks, Michael. Now to Councilmember Firestone.
Okay. Yes, thank you, Mayor. Real quickly, last week I was invited to attend the annual meeting of the Neighborhood Association on South Lake Worth, and we had a great showing out there to discuss a lot of different things, but some of their major concerns, which included short-term rentals, alligators out there, and an issue we have from Silver Creek Materials with some odors coming from there that are pretty difficult to live with. So we're looking into that. But I want to thank Shannon Elder from Code Compliance, who also attended the meeting to help address concerns and certainly answer questions on why the city is not enforcing the current zoning ordinance regulating short-term rentals on Lake Worth. But I know we're going to be taking up that discussion here in the next couple weeks. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Leonard. And next is Councilmember Chris Nettles.
First of all, check. Testing, all right. I want to take the opportunity to thank, I see a lot of our community, our Black community here tonight. I want to thank you for being here in the City Council meeting. And so I want to go into my presentation. This first slide is the O.D. White versus Poly High School. Check to Protect was here checking car airbags. And so we had opportunity to speak to the O.D. White and Poly High School. There's Toby Jackson, the president of the school board. Next slide, please. Had opportunity to do the coin toss at Texas Wesleyan. Them guys are really playing some real good football here in the city of Fort Worth in District Number 8. Also was there checking the airbags and got able to speak to all of the residents there. Next slide. Participated in the Poly Homecoming Parade, and a lot of these slides are a couple of weeks out because we didn't have them 2 weeks ago, but we had a very awesome fun time, fun in the sun. It was great talking to our Poly residents. Next slide. The Airman VA opening, home opening, it was a great event. The mayor and most of the city council was there celebrating a gentleman that has been great for our nation. And I had an opportunity to speak on the opening of that facility off of Campus Drive. It was a great event. Next slide, please. This slide is the State of District 8 address. We do this every year, and we bring in our community to talk about real issues and challenges that are faced with not only District 8, but the city of Fort Worth. And we bring out our city staff. So city staff, I want to thank you for your hard work. And I think sometimes it goes without saying that our city staff really is the bucks and notes of this city. They do a lot of work, so I really want to thank all you guys for coming out and supporting District 8 on the southeast side. Next slide. You see the crowd. A lot of people's there. A lot of people engaged in District 8. The next slide. Okay, this is Stop 6 visit with HUD and Secretary Fudge came to visit in Gina's district. I got an opportunity to go out there and visit with her. It was a great experience. Mayor Pro Tem Gina Bivens is doing a phenomenal job in District 5. Thank you for your work. Next slide. This is Palladium groundbreaking. We broke ground on a $56 million project in District 8. Economic development is coming to the southeast side under our leadership, and we're grateful for working with all the partners there. That is, Pastor Spears is going to go right across the street from his church. Ramon participated in the process. We believe in working together across the aisle and working with everyone. Next slide, please. That's Ramon Romero at the groundbreaking. Next slide. We had the opportunity to do the tour bus, and we talked about how we can get economic development up and down Lancaster and Rosedale and Texas Wesleyan. We stopped by the library, Monument Shore, phenomenal job. We was able to stop by both our libraries, Chambry Library and the Reba Carey Library. I'm telling you, it's a lot of great things happening in District 8. Thank you. A lot of these things took place prior to me getting here, but I am grateful to support the effort as we move forward. Next slide. I think I missed a picture, but okay. If you would go ahead and play that video for me, please.
outreach program will help with minority hiring and sees the need for a citizens review board that has been in the works since the controversial arrest of Jackie Craig in 2016.
The truth of the matter is it's coming whether we want to see it or not. My plan is to be a part of the process.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Councilmember Elizabeth Beck.
I think we've got some slides. Great, thank you. I'll be quick because I know we've got a long one tonight. Trinity Metro bus stop cleanup. It was really great to spend time with our new executive director from Trinity Metro and beautify some areas of the city. I want Michael Crane to know that we did cross the other side of University, so District 3 benefited from that cleanup as well. Next slide. We dedicated a new piece of public art that we mentioned here a couple of weeks ago. It is the I forgot the name, a flycatcher. It's a native to the area, and it's a really cool piece of artwork that if you drive down Forest Park, you can enjoy. Next slide. We opened a new library, so thank you, Manya Shore, and your staff for all of the work that we did for the Fort Worth History Center as part of our consolidation of different assets of the Fort Worth Library. We moved the library that was at this location into LeGrand Plaza as a way to really make sure that we're meeting the community where they are. And we were able to reuse this space as the Fort Worth History Center. And so if you cannot get a hold of Richard Zavala for a complete history breakdown of the city, you can just go here and they'll provide one for you. Next slide. Next up was the Fort Worth PD Code Blue Trunk or Treat that my office participated in. And I really have the slide here because we're able to do the job that we do here on council, all of us, because we have amazing staff that is there to support us. And I really want to thank Anthony Rojas, my district director, who held down the fort for me when I couldn't attend this event because I had a significant loss in my family. So thank you, Anthony. You deserve credit for that event. And I'm sure you didn't eat any of the candy yourself. So, all right, thank you.
I think that's the last of our council presentations.
Mayor
Yes?
and council, there are no other non-consent speakers other than the item 222557, so we'll move on to the resolutions. So the first item for action is 22-2555.
And if I'm correct, I don't have any speakers on that item, correct, Jeanette?
Correct.
Okay, perfect. So maybe I'll turn to Councilmember Firestone on this one. This is in his district. I know that Orlando Carvalho is here, our interim CEO of the Fort Worth Museum of Science and History. Orlando, thank you for your leadership to getting us to this place. I know we're quite excited to help move your vision forward. Leonard.
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Mayor. It is a great vision. We're very excited, and we're very excited about all the work that you've put into getting this done. So it's with great enthusiasm that I make a motion to approve this.
Second.
Any other discussion, council? Please vote. I think it was Michael or Jared, yeah. Oh. Motion carries.
Next item is 22-2556, and there are no speakers.
And I'm going to turn to Councilmember Elizabeth Beck on this important ordinance. Do we don't have any, no, I don't think so. Yeah.
There were comment cards.
Stay in my lane. Chief Aldridge, do you want to come down and speak to this for just a moment before we take this vote? I think it's important for the community to understand why we're doing this and why y'all need it down in that area.
Absolutely. Assistant Chief Aldridge, Fort Worth Police Department. Thanks for having me today. I'll be very brief. Anybody that's visit the West 7th area on Fridays and Saturday nights, you have anywhere from 5 to 10,000 people in that area. One of the issues that we've been seeing is underage people between 18 and 21 kind of hanging out on corners, drinking alcohol in open beverage containers. It's a challenge to address those items because the ages are so close to 21. I appreciate the support of the council to get this ordinance passed because that does give us another tool to address this issue. And one of another indicators is these individuals seem to cause quite a bit of problems whenever they kind of congregate, they drink. Whenever you mix alcohol with a large group of people, it causes a lot of problems.
Thank you.
Yep.
I appreciate that. I think this is something that I've been really excited about for months, and I'm glad to finally have it before council and be able to take this vote. And it's one of those rare times when everybody kind of seems to be on board with the position. We won't get that much else tonight, but we'll get it here, hopefully. And so the business owners down there are really excited about it. The residents down there are really excited about it. Police is really excited about it. And I am personally very excited about this because I think it is just one step in will be a long process to really change the face and the shape of West 7th to support that entertainment district, but to make sure that it is a safe environment for all of our residents to enjoy. So with that, I enthusiastically move to approve.
Got a motion and a second from Councilmember Crane. Any other discussion, council? Please vote. Motion carries.
Next item is MMC 22-0917 with a report of city staff by Robert Stearns.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Robert Stearns, Economic Development. The purpose of this hearing is to receive public comment regarding the amendment of the project and financing plans for tax increment reinvestment zone number 4, commonly referred to as the Southside TIF, and a 10-year extension of its term. The changes to the plan are attached to this M&C. On October 19, 2022, the TIF's Board of Directors voted to amend the project and financing plans to allow the TIF district to continue and expand revitalization efforts in the near South Side by extending the term for an additional 10 years. In accordance with state law, notice of this hearing was published in the Fort Worth Star-Telegram at least 7 days prior to the date of this hearing. Following any public comments this evening, staff recommends closing the public hearing and approving the M&C.
Thank you, Robert. Any questions for Mr. Stearns? Entertain a motion to close the public hearing and move on the M&C. We do have 2 speakers. Our first is Michael Sanborn, followed by Chuck Maloney.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. Just want to speak out in strong support of this extension of the TIF. Again, my name is Mike Sanborn. I'm the president of Baylor Scott & White All Saints Medical Center here in Fort Worth and reside in the district of Michael Crane and also work with Elizabeth Beck. So very happy to be partnered with them. But I think really what makes Near South Side's progress as it relates to the TIF pretty remarkable is the unique and mutually supportive economic ecosystem that exists within the Near South Side. We've got major employment anchors such as the hospitals, but also a lot of other businesses, restaurants, other elements that coexist with all of those business partners. And I think, a lot of the people that decide to locate or create businesses in the Near South Side do that simply because of the investment decisions that are made as part of the Near South Side and the decisions that are made on the TIF to make it a better place to invest those funds and employ people in the area. There's also a lot of residential development that has really mushroomed over the years. And so we're a thriving medical innovation district. We are now a state designated cultural district, and we all on the board recognize that that work is not done. So you have a dedicated team working with you, and on behalf of the Near South Side, Chuck and I both serve as officers for the Near South Side. And you also have a very dedicated staff that supports that work. So on behalf of the membership of all of the Near South Side members, I'd like to really greatly appreciate your partnership and strongly support the approval of this extension. So thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Our next speaker is Chuck Bowlingy. Chuck, I may have butchered your last name. I apologize.
Butchered is a strong word, but I appreciate that.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, my name is Chuck Bowlingy. I actually live in Mr. Firestone's district. I spend quite a bit of time with Councilman Beck on the not only the Near South Side Committee, but also some other activities and events that we produce in the Near South Side. I think my dear colleague, Mr. Sanborn, spoke about a lot of the salient points about the need for us to continue the TIF. Mike has a very important job and a very important role, and he's one of those fancy positions that collects a nice salary and benefits. I am on the other end of the spectrum of the Near South Side. I am a starving artist and entrepreneur looking for opportunities to build, create, to develop. And on behalf of all of those people in the Near South Side, I wanted to speak specifically to what the TIF has done, what I've seen it done, these specific improvements to not only streetscape, street repairs, corridor creation, but ultimately these urban districts that now we all love to live and play and call home, which I think in a lot of ways are some of the most vibrant, important, and popular districts in the great city of Fort Worth. And to add to what Mike had already said as well, I would like to sincerely thank Councilwoman Beck, Robert Stearns, and the Economic Development Department and the City Manager's Office for their creative collaboration in putting together this exciting proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Chuck. Councilmember Beck, that's the last of our speakers on the item. If you'd like to be the one to make a motion.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. Chuck, I think that is the most politically delicate way to say, I drink in your bar on occasion. So thank you for that. And I take issue with the starving artist because I know what my tabs look like. So, but I really want to take a moment before we make this motion. There are three people in the audience tonight that I would like to stand up, and that is Mike Brennan, Megan Henderson, and Natalie Chapa. All right, so this is your staff from Near Southside, Inc., and they are some of the hardest working people in this city. Y'all don't have to stand up the whole time if you don't want to, but you can if you'd like to. They are some of the hardest working folks in the city of Fort Worth, and I don't have to tell you, I can show you. If you drive the streets of the Near South Side, if you've ever been to Arts Goggle or Friday on the Green, Open Streets, you have seen the hard work that these folks have done in our community. I think that, and I've said once, and I'm going to say it again tonight, that when we get something right here in the city, we've got to make sure that we keep it going. And we absolutely got it right with this TIF. We absolutely got it right with the people that were chosen to lead this organization. I hope you will be here with us for another 10 years, all three of you. So it's not a condition on this vote, but I do know where you office. So I'd appreciate it if you stuck around. I'm really excited about this. I think this is a great step to make sure that we complete the work that we've done. I appreciate you, Mike, because when you came to me and we talked about the extension of this, and I think it goes to show what a good steward you are of the city's tax dollars. You didn't ask for all, and to be quite frank, I would have fought for all if that's what you told me you needed, but you didn't. You were very deliberate, and you went through, and you really determined the dollar amount that you felt was needed to get us across the finish line in Near Southside. And so you came to us with a very reasonable ask. And so for that, I personally thank you. And I'm not going to speak for David Cook, but I bet he thanks you as well. And so with that, I enthusiastically move to to close the public hearing and approve MNC 22-0917.
Got a motion, council?
I will second that motion. It's great to have you guys also supporting District 8 and the work that's coming to Rosedale and Evans. So I appreciate working with you guys and working with my friend here on council that has been really helpful. So I second that motion and excited to vote tonight.
Got a motion and a second. Council, please vote. Motion carries.
Next item is MNC 22-0887, report by Stuart Campbell.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. My name is Stuart Campbell. I'm with the Planning and Annexation Section, Development Services. Tonight's item on the agenda is, this is an annexation request. This is AX 22006. This is Beggs East, which is an owner-initiated annexation. The purpose of tonight is to conduct a public hearing. We're going to open and close the public hearing. Public hearing is going to be to hear comments from the citizens regarding the annexation request. We're also asked to authorize the execution of a municipal service agreement for consideration of adoption of the proposed owner-initiated annexation. This request is 249.91 acres of land in Parker County. It's known as Begg East, located at the southeast corner of the intersection of Old Weatherford Road and Farmers Road, Road 3325. In addition to this, approximately 11.946 acres of right-of-way will be included in the annexation request. This public hearing is required per the annexation Texas Local Government Code. It's required to be held for the purpose of the owner-initiated annexation to receive public comments. The notice for tonight's public hearing has been posted on the city's website since October 27th, 2022. The posted notice includes the date of the public hearing, the legal description, draft of the municipal services agreement, and a map exhibit. It was published in the Star Telegram on October 28, 2022. Related to this annexation, this is a full-purpose annexation where the city will enforce all ordinances and regulations and provide all services as stated in the municipal services agreement. Tonight, you will see that there's a companion zoning case with this annexation that you'll hear next. The related zoning case is ZC 22160. I'll let them go into the details in terms of that zoning request. So in summary, the action requested tonight is to conduct the public hearing, close the public hearing, authorize the execution of the municipal services agreement, and adopt the ordinance AX 22006 for a full-purpose annexation. I'll be glad to answer any questions if you have any.
Any questions for Stuart, Council? Not, I'll turn to Councilmember Michael Crane. We have two speakers, but only if there's opposition.
Yeah, I'll move to close the public hearing and motion for approval.
Okay. A motion on the floor. Second, Council?
Second.
Thank you. Motion and a second. Please vote. Motion carries.
Next item is ZC-22-160.
Motion and a second. Any other discussion? Please vote. Motion carries.
Next item is MNC 22-0889 with a report by Stuart Campbell.
Mayor.
Hi, Stuart.
All right, the next item on the agenda, this is also an annexation AX 22007. This is known as Aledo 34. This is an owner-initiated annexation for full purpose. The purpose of tonight is to conduct a public hearing, also to authorize the execution of a municipal services agreement and consider adoption of ordinance for the proposed owner-initiated annexation. This parcel is approximately 33.625 acres of land in Parker County, known as Aledo 34. It is located along Old Weatherford Road, west of Walsh Drive, west of Walsh Ranch. Approximately 0.915 acres of this annexation request will be right-of-way in the far west planning sector. The same as before, the Annexation was published per Texas Local Government Code and the notice requirements for an annexation request. The proposed owner-initiated annexation was noticed October 27th on the city's website. Posted notice include the date of the public hearing, legal description, draft of the municipal services agreement, and a map exhibit. It was also published in the Star Telegram October 28, 2022. As a full-purpose annexation, the city will enforce all ordinances and regulations and will provide all services as stated in the municipal services agreement. This annexation request does have a companion zoning request that will be heard also right after this item. The related zoning case is ZC 22-159. In summary, the action request of the council is to conduct an open and close the public hearing, authorize the execution of a municipal services agreement, and adoption of the ordinance annexation AX 22007. That concludes my comments. Be glad to answer your questions.
Thank you, Stuart. Any questions, council? If not, Councilmember Crane.
Yeah, I'll move to close the public hearing and motion for approval.
Motion and a second. Any other discussion, council? Please vote. Motion carries.
Next item is ZC-22-159.
Motion and a second. Please vote. Motion carries.
Next item is MNC 22-0891 with report by Stuart Campbell.
The next item on the agenda is annexation request. This is AX 22009, Gene Pike Middle School. This is owner-initiated full-purpose annexation. Again, the request tonight is to conduct a public hearing, authorize the execution of a municipal services agreement, consider adopting ordinance for the proposed owner-initiated annexation. This annexation request is for approximately 18.51 acres of land in Denton County. It's known as Gene Pike Middle School. It's owned by the Northwest ISD. It's located west of Blue Mound Road and south of Highway 114 in the far north planning sector. As I mentioned before, these notices were posted together, but I'll go through and read this to you. Per the Texas Local Government Code, the city is required to hold a public hearing. The proposed owner-initiated annexation to receive public comments. The notice for tonight's public hearing has been posted in the city's website since October 27, 2022. The posted notice includes the date of the public hearing, legal description, draft municipal service agreement, and map exhibit. It was published in the Star Telegram on October 28, 2022. As a full-purpose annexation, the city will enforce all ordinances and regulations and provide all services stated in the municipal services agreement. Mayor, this particular request does not have a companion zoning. The applicant has chosen to go with the default ag zoning. Will zone at a later time. So in summary, the request before you is to conduct the public hearing for the proposed new owner-initiated annexation, 2, authorize execution of municipal services agreement, and 3, adoption of annexation AX 22009. I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you, Stuart. Any questions, council? If not, we have no speakers. Councilmember Firestone.
I'd like to move to move to close the public hearing and approve.
Motion and a second, council. Please vote. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Next item is ZC-22-145.
We have one speaker on this item, and Councilmember Bivens, Daniel Marciano.
Mayor, council members, Mayor Pro Tem Bivens. My name is Danny Marsicano, and I work for Leon Capital, the developer of this proposed project, and I'm here to gain your approval tonight for the development of a 187,000 square foot modern commercial facility. I know our case was continued from last month, and we've been working diligently with Mayor Pro Tem Bivens' assistant, Sandy Bro, about it to address some of the citizens' concern. And we have proposed expanding Tarrant Main to help alleviate trucks exiting the facility to not impede traffic coming north and south on Tarrant Main. And we hope that these proposed improvements would help alleviate the community's concern. And that's all I have for you tonight.
I want to thank you for working with the community and reaching out to Bishop Hornsby and others. I'm going to move to approve this, but I want to remind your company that you guys agreed to help with Mosier Valley Park.
Yes, ma'am.
And I expect to see you on December 3rd,
Yes, ma'am.
somewhere near Mosier Valley. And I think that time will probably be, I'm not sure, Sandy will let you know, but you notice every time you're here, I mention that so that you're talking into the camera and the microphone. We need your help. And with that, I move for approval.
Got a motion and a second. Please vote.
You're good. Thank you.
Motion carries.
Next item is ZC-22-085. There are no speakers, Mayor.
Apologies, Annette. ZC 085. We have no speakers on this item. Councilmember Flores, go ahead.
Yes, move for approval, Mayor.
Go ahead.
I moved called for vote ordinance dash 22, I'm sorry, ordinance 22-2557. And just for my colleagues' clarification, that item was moved to the end of the agenda.
So I've got a motion and a point of order. I need a second. A motion and a second. Please vote on the point of order. Hold on, you got, wait,
We
just give me a
clarify
second.
what we're voting on.
So I'm gonna, so this is ZC 22-085. I'm gonna end that vote, sorry. Okay, that motion carries. Give her just a second to put that back up there. So there's probably no way to do it electronically, I'm assuming? It's just a point of order.
Voice, yeah. Nettles.
We're just voting on a point of order related to the order of the agenda this evening, moving item 22-2557 after the zoning cases, because we had no contested zoning cases this evening, to allow those to move forward and allow those audience members to go home and have this item at the end, because we have over 3 hours of speakers. And I felt as the chair of the evening, it was prudent to do so on behalf of the constituents of Fort Worth, which is why I put this at the end. So you can vote on the point of order. Go ahead. So can we, to be clear, if I vote on this item, are we going to mess up the rest of it when we vote later? Should we vote orally or by hand? Okay. So for clarity, we're just voting on the point of order, council, on item that relates to moving this position of item 22-2557. So you can,
That police advisory.
yeah, they're just a point of order on when we put it in the agenda.
Okay.
Please vote. Motion fails. So we'll move back to the zoning cases.
Next item is ZC-22-114.
So our first speaker on this item is Ray Ojeski, followed by Tyler Scott.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Ray Ojeski, representing the applicant here. Mayor, was there opposition on this case tonight?
No.
There's not. Then I'm going to refrain from speaking. Thank you.
Thank you. Tyler Scott's our next speaker. You're okay, Tyler? Thank you. That's the last of our speakers, Councilmember Nettles.
Move for approval.
Motion and a second, please vote.
Good seeing you too.
Motion carries.
Next item is SP-22-010.
We do have one speaker on this, Councilmember Beck, Elizabeth Bittner.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. I'm a condo owner in the Lower Monticello neighborhood, and I was extremely dismayed to hear about the proposed high-density residential complex to be built at Montgomery Plaza at the sacrifice of some very useful retail and the overall livability of this area. So one of the stores that would be affected would be PetSmart, which also has an adoption center, a veterinary clinic that has extended hours and sells prescription food diets. This offers an extremely valuable service to people who live in the area and around the area. Not everyone prefers or is able to buy everything online. So just an example, I recently lost a cat to cancer, and in her final months, it was challenging to find a food she would eat. So at PetSmart, I could buy single cans of different food options, get back to my house in minutes, and have more time at home with her in her last days. But imagine instead that I had to drive to Ridgemar, Bryant Irvin, or Lake Worth. Those are the next closest locations. So by removing these retail options, you're resigning residents across a wide area to an extra 30 minutes to an hour of car time to accomplish just simple tasks. This is time away from family, hobbies, and other pursuits. Additionally, dozens of jobs would be lost from the stores being removed. 2 stores that offer goods at affordable prices would be lost. That's the Dollar Tree and the Five Below. Small business owners, community organizations, and others who use the print services at Office Depot would have to go elsewhere. And the Target, which would stay, is already very crowded on the weekends. City leaders say they're interested in increasing walkability, but being able to walk to a museum a few times a year or walk to a restaurant a couple of times a month does not make for a complete life. Unfortunately, the boring parts of life must also be accomplished, and this development would force hundreds of people to get into cars and leave in search of the practical things that they need. Regarding traffic, even after the current construction is finished, there's too much volume coming through this area and no real way to fix it. The suggestion of building an extra road to exit onto White Settlement is a solution in the vein of adding another lane to a crowded highway. These kinds of solutions rarely work. The studies detailed in the Star Telegram claimed that morning traffic would not increase because some businesses would be closed during the morning commute, but commuting residents come back in the evening when everything is open, and non-residents and other folks are attempting to visit the retail and entertainment venues. The new hotels on Camp Bowie would also add additional evening traffic. So it's already getting very hard to visit many of the places on West 7th Street. Natural Grocers, for example, you have to turn right and make a huge square to get back around to the neighborhoods like Monticello. So I just encourage you to consider the experience of people who already live in this area and in surrounding neighborhoods when considering the impact this development would have.
Thank you, Elizabeth. I'll turn to Councilmember Beck.
Great, thank you. So I'm going to move to continue this case 30 days or until the December 13th zoning council. And I'm doing so for some very specific reasons, and so I want to make sure that they're out here on the public record so that as we move forward with the zoning case, that both my colleagues and the community are really clear on how we're moving forward. Ms. Bittner, I would love to be able to control what retail goes into those facilities. Unfortunately, I cannot. You wouldn't be the first resident to ask me to be able to do something like that, and trust me, if I could, I would. There'd be a lot we'd be able to change. But unfortunately, the property owners are going to be able to put in or take out whatever type of retail they feel like the market bears. And so I appreciate that. And they've got a representative here. Kimco will be continuing to manage that property. So hopefully we can make sure that there are still some services, particularly one of our pet adoption centers. We want to make sure that we have as many of those around the city as possible. So I empathize with you, but unfortunately that particular aspect is out of the control of us here on City Council. I want this extension because we are very close to reaching consensus within those directly impacted by this development. And those are the folks at our One Montgomery Plaza and So 7, right there in and around that area. And we need just a little more time to bring everybody to the table and formalize some agreements so that as we move forward with this particular project, we're doing so in a way that has been responsive and respectful to the residents impacted by it. That 30 days also gives us a little more time to complete the West 7th corridor. I understand that traffic is a concern for people that live or shop, eat, work, or play in that corridor. It is kind of a nightmare right now. I'll be the first one to admit it, but we're almost done. We are still on schedule. I'll look at William Johnson to correct me if I'm wrong, but we are still on schedule for November. We've got some landscaping and some street striping to finish out, and then hopefully it will be headache-free moving down West 7th. That also allows some time for residents to settle back into a normal flow of traffic. So as we start any potential construction of that project, you won't be as impacted. And we also want to make sure that the timing is right on the city side so that we can add an additional access point at the north end of that property to alleviate some of that traffic that would go on West 7th for residents to reach their homes. I trust city staff. I've had multiple conversations about multiple traffic studies and what was out there, what's industry standard, what's not industry standard. And I feel comfortable in their analysis that the traffic patterns, yes, there will be more people living there, but what we know about traffic patterns is that this residential addition to West 7th should not or will not create additional traffic in a way that you will be impacted because of the timing and the stream, and I'm not qualified to speak on that, but Dana Bergdorf is if she wants to hash that out. So 30 days, December 13th, we'll be back here. I have faith because there is no other option that all the parties will get together. We will sign our memorandum of agreement, and we will move forward with this case. Thank you.
A motion and a second. Please vote, council. Jared's not here if you want to. Motion to continue carries.
Next item is ZC-22-130.
We have one speaker only if there's opposition. Gina, Brandon Middleton.
I don't think there is opposition.
To my knowledge, I'm just making sure.
I am going to add some language to this. And where is the speaker or the applicant on this? You can just, you don't have to come down, just, I want to see where you are to make sure you know about the additional conditions. And so I'm going to move to approve ZZ-22-130 as recommended by the Zoning Commission and exclude the following uses. And this is where you want to listen up. Indoor amusement, event center or rental hall, convenience store, liquor/package store. So those are the additional exclusions because I need to preserve any kind of spirit of neighborhood. You clear? Okay, that's my motion.
Second. And a motion and a second. Any other discussion, council? Please vote.
Thank you.
Motion carries.
Next item is ZC-22-135.
Our first speaker, Councilmember Flores, is Ray Ojeski, followed by Brandon Middleton. I do not believe there is any opposition, but I'm going to turn to you to make sure that's the case.
Thank you. Just to confirm to Ray, I'm giving you the opportunity to say anything. Do you have any new information to provide, Ray?
Nothing new, Councilmember. Thank you. I'll wait comment.
All right. Mayor, on case CZ 22-135, I move to approve.
Motion and a second. Please vote, council.
Oh, I'm sorry. I take that back. I read the wrong thing. I'm going to continue this to the December 13th. There was a recent conversation. There had been correspondence between the Eagle Mountain Saginaw ISD representatives and the developers' representatives. There are concerns about the number of student enrollments, that number, how they're calculated, and the capacity at the schools. So in talking with them again today, we all agree that there will be a continuance to December 13th.
Second, Councilmember. That's the other case. That's 157.
157 is not up.
Come to the microphone just for clarification, Ray, just a second. Thank you.
Okay, let me check my notes just to be sure. Okay,
I'm sorry, not 157, 165.
correct. 165 is that. 135, I did have right the first time. That is moved to approval. You've had documentation from the
Yes.
Oakhurst neighborhood organizations that have all indicated they either will not oppose or support.
Riverside Alliance, Councilmember Vintage Riverside, and Diamond Hill Jarvis as well. That is correct.
Correct. Yeah, I stand corrected.
Thank you.
So again, for full clarification, move for approval.
Motion and a second. Please vote, council.
Tired.
Motion carries.
Next item is SP-22-017.
Councilmember Nettles.
Move for approval.
And a second, please vote. Motion carries.
Next item is ZC-22-153.
No speakers on this item. Councilmember Firestone.
Actually, Mayor, we
Sorry.
have one speaker. She's a caller.
I apologize. Flip my page here. Carolyn Putney.
Ms. Putney?
I'm here.
Please go ahead.
Yes, I am the owner of the apartments there at the corner of West 7th and Bell Street. And I was trying to get it rezoned to multifamily because currently it's on A5, I believe, which is a one single-family house. The properties both to the east of me and to the south of me are medium density multifamily, which allows up to 11 units. That's what I was proposing. I currently have 23 units there, and I understand that they were trying to get in the Monticello area, that they were trying to not let people tear down little houses and build bigger things or duplexes or something. I am not in that district, although I'm close to it. But all I'm trying to do is my current property has 23 units, and if it got damaged by a tornado or a fire or something, just want to at least be able to build back up to 11 units just to protect my investment. So that is what I'm requesting.
Thank you, Carolyn. Councilmember Firestone.
Yes, thank you. I'm going to move to uphold the zoning commission recommendation of denial.
Motion carries.
Next item is SP-22-020.
We have one speaker on this item, Dr. Williams, Derek Walls.
Thank you, but in the interest of time, I can defer if there's opposition.
Thank you. Dr. Williams, any questions?
Would you just give a quick overview of what the project is? This is a celebratory moment, so.
Okay. I'm glad you said that.
I'm not in a rush.
Okay, great. And I have handouts for you too. Just briefly, the project, it's listed on there as Kroger, but Kroger is who JPS Health Network is purchasing the property from. By the way, I'm Derek Walls with Broadus Levis team, and we're the project managers for the project. The project is a 40,000 square foot new medical home. That term is not for overnight stay. That term is really meant to be more of a friendly community environment. Within the facility, we'll have primary care. It'll have behavioral health outpatient. It'll also have a community center for meetings, for education, a pharmacy, and a lab. And we've done a lot of work with the community. We've done a lot of community outreach events. We've gotten a lot of feedback, and we've been able to incorporate all of that into the design of the facility. I think you can see the facility is a very, very nice looking facility, but also incorporates a lot of the healthcare needs that are needed in that community, and also listed a few things in there that you can see about from the community events that we've held. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for that presentation. I also would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge the hard work of Commissioner Brooks, and Mr. Roderick Miles is here as well. Glad to see you here, my friend. And thanks to the JPS for all the incredible work that y'all do. It goes without saying that this is definitely needed in the community, and it's a great add to the community, District 6, and the city of Fort Worth. So congratulations. Thank you for all the hard work, and we're proud to be able to walk alongside y'all. With that, I enthusiastically approve.
Motion and a second. Please vote. Motion carries.
Next item is ZC-22-155.
We have one speaker, Councilmember Firestone, Kevin Kotwitz.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Kevin Kotwitz. I'm the CEO of Captain Car Wash. I'm a medically retired United States Army Ranger combat veteran. I'm proud to have served my country, and once again, I'm proud to serve the city of Fort Worth, in which I was born and raised. Next slide, please. The site that we are requesting a CUP for is an automated car wash facility on a 1.48 acre undeveloped vacant lot located on Golden Triangle Boulevard. Next slide, please. Our main goal with this proposed CUP is to be compliant partners with the city, Hillwood Group, and be respectful of our neighboring businesses and residents. Next slide, please. Over the last decade, the car wash industry has undergone a vast transformation made possible by significant advancements in technology. Our type, the Express exterior model, has adapted an upscale retail aesthetic, takes in considerably smaller footprint to develop than old full-serve models. And the vehicle processing speed is truly an engineering technological marvel. Next slide, please. Building design and materials are in accordance with the Hillwood Property Commercial Design Guidelines. Next slide, please. Our site plan was designed with fluid traffic flow and noise mitigation as our main goal. The plan features a 140-foot tunnel with a capacity of stacking 30 cars before the tunnel, 18 self-serve vacuum stations, and 3 automated pay stations equipped with license plate recognition technology. Next slide, please. We have designed our site plan with a 300-foot setback from the exit of the tunnel to any existing residential housing. Other mitigation techniques that we are implementing are noise reduction equipment and enclosed vacuum motor systems. This site plan meets all requirements and ordinances. Next slide please. Here you can see a simplified schematic of the water recycling technology we will use that can be operated as a closed loop system in severe drought conditions, but otherwise reduce freshwater usage to 26 gallons per vehicle versus 120 gallons used when washing at home. Next slide, please. We are strong believers in giving back to our community. We are proud supporters of the Kirsty Ennis Foundation, we help support amputee veterans get moving again. We have fundraising events for our local schools, churches, and nonprofit community outreaches. For our local heroes, we wash all first responder vehicles for free. Next slide, please. In conclusion, for all these reasons I have mentioned in this presentation, we believe the CUP for our use is appropriate for this site. Thank you, Mayor and council members.
Thank you. I'll turn to Councilmember Firestone. I think I think Councilmember Bivens also has a question.
Okay.
Whenever car wash companies come here, I always ask them, y'all know where I'm going with this, are you willing to go further east?
Oh, absolutely.
Well, I need to know how to reach you. We got us a queue, but I like your product, and I've got a whole bunch of homes being built. And just think of being south and east and close to Jerry's World. That'll kind of get you.
Yes,
So who are you going to give your card to so I'll know how to reach you? You can give it to her right there.
Yes, ma'am. I will do
Okay,
that.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks so much for being here and appreciate the presentation. Thank you most of all for your service and how good you are to all of our military. We really want to recognize that and thank you for it. So I think it's a terrific project and I think it'll be very additive to the area, and I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Second.
Next item is ZC-22-158.
We have one speaker on this item, Dr. Williams, and that's Mary Nell Poole. Only if there's opposition. I'll turn to you if you know if there is any.
Mary, are you here?
She's right here.
Oh, hey, good to see you. Did you want to speak on any? No? Okay. One second, sorry. Move to approve.
Motion and a second, please vote. Motion carries.
Next item is ZC-22-164.
One speaker on this item, Councilmember Firestone, Jonathan Ragsdale, only if there's opposition.
Have anyone?
We don't have any opposition. We have one speaker, Jonathan, only if there's opposition.
Okay. Move to approve.
Motion and a second, please vote. Motion carries.
Next item is ZC-22-165.
Councilman Flores, our first speaker on this item is Kenneth Fambro, followed by Ray Ojeski. Is Kenneth here? No? Oh, hi, Kenneth, sorry.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
You're good.
Councilmember, thank you for having me tonight. This is the deal that we were speaking about. Yes, this is the one. So we're requesting for continuance. We are in conversation with the ISD. We have had correspondence, and we request a continuance to continue to work through some of the details in figuring out a school count or a child count that works for the ISD.
And beyond the correspondence, I'm also aware that you've had meetings and all that. The ISD has kept me in touch, so has Mr. Ojeski. So encourage you to continue that. So my motion, assuming that there are no questions from my fellow council members, and I think Ray is only going to speak in case there's any, opposition, is to continue to December 13th.
Motion and a second, please vote.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kev. Motion carries.
Next item is ZC-22-166.
We have no speakers on this item. Councilmember Firestone.
I'd like to move to continue until December 13th.
Motion and a second, please vote. Motion carries.
Next item is ZC-22-172.
Second, please vote. From Mayor Pro Tem Bivens. Sorry, thank you. It's not working for. Motion carries.
Next item is ZC-22-174.
One speaker on this item, Councilmember Firestone, David Pitcher, only if there's opposition.
To approve?
Motion and a second, please vote. Motion carries.
The next item is 22-2557.
So, just for clarification, is this 22-0924 or 0927?
Sorry, I didn't turn my page. Next item is MNC 22-0924.
Thank you. No speakers on this item, council. Motion and a second, please vote. Chris, I think you don't mind trying to vote. There you go. Motion carries.
Next item is MNC 22-0927.
No speakers on this item.
No.
Councilmember Beck. Motion and a second, please vote. Motion carries.
Next item is MNC 22-0928.
Councilmember Williams.
Thank you, Mayor. I am going to abstain from voting on this item due to a self-initiated conflict of interest, and my conflict form is on file with the city secretary. And my connection is with the North Texas Community Foundation, the Nita Berry Martin Fund.
So I need a motion, council.
Well, I can vote, move for approval.
Perfect. Motion and a second, please vote.
Next item is MNC 22-0931.
A second, please vote. Motion carries.
Okay. Next item now is 22-2557. (0867) was continued to November 29th.
Perfect. So that's the end of our agenda. Okay. So we have quite a few speakers on this item, council. I'm going to start with our first speaker, which is Tamara Hutcherson. And Tamara is followed by Peyton Jackson.
Right. Hello, Mayor and council members. My name is Tamara, and I'm the Civic Empowerment Organizer with United Fort Worth. During my year as the Tarrant County Community Organizer with Texas Jail Project, a statewide organization that advocates with incarcerated people in Texas county jails, I was presented with the case of Kelly Maston in May 2022. Kelly, a 38-year-old woman with a rare form of epilepsy and cognitive impairment, was arrested by Fort Worth police officers after a family member called stating Kelly needed medical assistance and medication modification. Instead, she was booked into Tarrant County Jail, where she suffered severe medical neglect, seizing daily, and being in an induced coma at JPS Hospital. Though Kelly is alive today and reunited with her family, the department failed to implement policy changes or consider any recommendations by community members. Those officers also failed to spell her last name properly, and body camera footage showed the family member gave the officers the right spelling of her last name. Because of this, Kelly's medical records could not be found because of the wrong name on paperwork. Kelly is one of many people with mental and/or intellectual and developmental disabilities in Fort Worth who have been mistreated by police and do not have the capacity or ability to ask for changes within the department to ensure atrocities like these stop happening. Despite what Police Chief Noakes says this board would be adversarial in nature, this board is a step in the right direction to bridge trust, accountability, and transparency between communities and the police. This is one of many reasons we need this board, with the proposed amendments outlined in the letters you all received from community members. So I encourage you to please vote yes. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Peyton Jackson, followed by Dr. Opal Lee, who will be by phone.
Good afternoon, Council. Councilman Flores, I personally reside in your district. Tone deaf. Tone deaf is the politest way that I can describe anyone who votes against this board. A board that was proposed to supply accountability oversight to a police department that has a track record of not being held accountable. Now, aside from the White House initiative, aside from the Carlton report, aside from the 3E Coalition, let's refer back to the 97-page panel review that was released earlier this year, where they mention, and I quote, officers who engage in aggressive or troubling conduct are free from any consequences except in the most extreme cases. I call cap, because where's Aaron Dean? But let's not talk about that. Let's talk about the culture that this panel describes, which unfortunately includes intimidation, retaliation, racial slurs, excessive force, misuse of body cams, pistol whipping, head punches, and more. Now, I'm not saying that we haven't seen progress. Shout out to Noakes. He seems nice and sincere. But in the great words of Jim Rohn, you've got to be more than sincere. Now, while I acknowledge classism, tax brackets are not a part of the issue here. It's not. But if you've been so privileged to never have been disrespected, abused, or degraded by a person in a position of power, then kudos to you. But that is not a reality for your voters. It is not a reality for your neighbors. So let's do this great city some justice and set campaign donations aside and vote yes. Thank you, Council.
Here's our callers. Our first is Dr. Opal Lee, followed by Jonathan Morrison.
Dr. Lee?
Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. I'm trying to say that you've got a police chief, in my estimation, who's doing an extremely good job. Maybe some of you think he's not. But I feel he needs the opportunity to clean up his own house. I don't think we should do that for him. And if he can't do it, then you get somebody else. But from my vantage point, he's doing a good job. I hope I'm speaking to the issue, because I got a lot of other stuff on my mind, like having to work the polls when I wanted to be at City Hall. I'm hoping that you'll postpone the vote until all of us who want to say something get an opportunity to. Thank you, Council and Maddie.
Thank you, Dr. Lee. Our next speaker is Jonathan Morrison.
Mr.
Good
Morrison?
morning. Good afternoon.
Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Good evening to the Mayor and Council. I reside in Council District 5, and I just want to make it easy and say, please vote yes. I know that there are a lot of people who are telling you to vote no, and I like what Ms. Oba said about postponing the vote so more people can be there. But if you decide to vote tonight and you don't vote yes, I think you know what the votes will say in the future. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ariella Villa, followed by Jonathan Gaudian.
Please go ahead.
Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Ariella Villa. I am a District 2 Northsider and also the moderator for the Northside Resident Advisory Council and a community organizer with United for Worth. I urge City Council to vote yes on the ordinance to establish a community police review board with the following amendments. Amend the minimum requirement for board members to include that they cannot be a former or retired or current police officer from any city, that they must support the board mission of police accountability, transparency, and fair, equitable policing in all communities in Fort Worth, that persons with felony convictions can serve on the board if they have fully completed their punishment, including any incarceration, parole, supervision period of probation, or be pardoned. Amend the training requirement to include cultural competency training and continuing education, and amend the process for nomination of potential board members to include providing ample time and robust communication for community nominations and posting of finalists for community review and feedback before finalists are voted on by council. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jonathan Gaudian, followed by Dion Sims.
Hi, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Hi, good evening. My name is Jonathan Guadian. I reside in the District 8 section of Fort Worth. That's Councilman Chris Nettles' district, at least for the next few months. But I wish to urge the Fort Worth City Council tonight to vote yes for the establishing of a community review board of the Fort Worth Police Department. Many of you are aware of the thousands, hundreds of cases that are occurring every single year, at this point, every single week within our city pertaining to folks that are being abused by Fort Worth police officers. Many of you have read the stories and recent Star Telegram articles pertaining to Robert Miller for one, Kenneth Ray Perry for another, both people who were incarcerated in Tarrant County Jail for charges stemming from mental illnesses. Both people deserve justice. They both should still be alive today and would still be alive today if there was some accountability pertaining to how Fort Worth police officers handled their arresting and their charges. I do want to remind the City Council that Tarrant County does have a functioning mental health jail diversion center that has been in operation since early this year. However, so few people are actually being diverted to that section. And many folks are of the mindset that this is due to the fact that Fort Worth police officers, as well as many other police officers, are not fulfilling their duty and actually diverting people where they need to be diverted instead of the Tarrant County Jail. For these reasons and more, I urge the Fort Worth City Council to please vote on establishing of the Community Review Board of the Fort Worth Police Department. Thank you all.
Thank you, Jonathan. Our next speaker is Dion Sims, followed by Daryl Davis.
Hello, Council. I am Dion Sims, the founder and CEO of Unity Unlimited, the producer of Juneteenth Fort Worth Celebration. I am the founding executive director of the National Juneteenth Museum, and I am also the granddaughter of the grandmother of Juneteenth, Miss Opal Lee, who is also a Nobel Peace Prize nominee, the 2022 Fort Worth Person of the Year, the 2021 Texan of the Year, and the 2021 Unsung Hero of the Pandemic, as noted by the United Kingdom company Story Terrace. I don't say all of these accolades to get your applause, but to illustrate the amount of attention that the city of Fort Worth is getting because of all of our accomplishments. The entire country is watching how we, the city that will house the future symbol of national freedom for the enslaved, are holding and preserving the freedoms of our citizens by ensuring that their voices are heard. Before you today is a vote to represent the voices and the hard work of years in making a starting in 2018 with the Task Force for Race and Culture, all the way to last month with the formal submission of the creation of the Civilian Review Board. The creation of this board is not a knock against our Chief of Police, Neil Noakes, and I hope that people don't characterize it that way. Chief Noakes was a deputy chief when this process started in 2018, and he is not new to the area and knows the history of why the community is asking for the Community Review Board. We know that he inherited the police department and he is working to rebuild better and should be given the time to right this ship. That will not change. He already has outside organizations who give him counsel, and this would be another one to help give him visibility to the heartbeat of the city. So as you think about how you will vote tonight, I'd like you to think about the eyes of the nation being on us, Fort Worth, the 12th largest city in the nation, home to the coming National Juneteenth Museum in 2025, that can be seen as a beacon of hope for other cities, as a model that works well for community and police collaboration. I hope that we take the baton to lead the country to the way of freedom as we work to heal America, starting with Fort Worth, Texas.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Sims. Our next speaker is Daryl Davis, followed by Dr. Michael Bell.
Greetings, Mayor Parker and esteemed members of our City Council. My name is Daryl Davis. I'm the executive pastor of Inspiring Temple of Praise Church, a lifelong resident of the city of Fort Worth, currently residing in District 6. I rise this evening to speak to the consciousness of each of you as you prepare to make a decision regarding policing in the city of Fort Worth. I rise tonight to emphasize and amplify the voices of so many in our city who are imploring you to bring balance to a system of inequity that has existed in our city for decades. I'm here tonight to earnestly and fervently request that you approve the Community Police Policy Advisory Board. For years, I, along with hundreds of members in our communities, have requested and even demanded greater accountability for our police department, whether it was following the unnecessary detainment and arrest of Ms. Jackie Craig and her daughter, the heartbreaking killing of a Tatiana Jefferson, or the countless numbers of unhealthy interactions with Fort Worth PD that did not make local or national news. We have pleaded with our elected representatives to provide us with the simple comfort of a community police oversight board. There are those who have attempted to paint the picture that anyone who desires oversight of our police department is anti-police, and that is the furthest thing from the truth. There are those of us in our community who appreciate Fort Worth PD. There are those of us who value the relationships that some of our officers have with our neighborhoods, churches, and various organizations. The desire for a police oversight board is not about demonizing police officers. It's about ensuring healthy relationships with the communities in which our officers have sworn to protect and serve. The fact of the matter is this: any relationship void of accountability has the potential to be a toxic relationship. Those of you seated on the platform tonight have the power to enhance the relationships between the communities you were elected to serve and the Fort Worth PD. Too many atrocities have happened in our city, and the victimized communities have been left feeling unheard, dismissed, and disregarded. Communities of color continue to lose faith and trust in the very institutions and individuals that come to our churches, neighborhood associations, community groups, and fraternal organizations promising change only for things to remain the same. Tonight, you have the opportunity to be the source of change that we need in Fort Worth. Each of you have the power to give the communities what they've been seeking for years. Each of you are in a unique position to allow your concern for all of your constituents to be seen and felt. So we're here tonight to see what will prevail. Will you choose people over politics? Will you choose individuals over endorsements? Will you prioritize community needs over campaign contributions? Your vote tonight will answer those questions. Charles Blow said it best. There is no wrong time to do the right thing. The time for you to do the right thing is now. Thank you.
Dr. Michael Bell will be followed by Bishop Kirkland.
Mayor Parker and Mayor Pro Tem Bivens and Council, my name is Michael Bell. Tonight I stand in support of Ordinance 22-2557 to establish a much-needed community police policy advisory and review board. After 18 months, the Fort Worth Race and Culture Task Force presented their final recommendations back in December 2018. One of the recommendations was for the commissioning of a civilian review board, and now almost 4 years later, we're still struggling with that recommendation. Civilian review boards are not a response to the question of who should hold police accountable. Of course, there are a number of mechanisms that are supposed to do so already, but for the most part, they are all internal, which is too often the case of the fox guarding the hen house. I served on a couple of police chief advisory boards during the tenures of Chiefs Jeff Halstead and Joel Fitzgerald. The Chiefs Advisory Board, with members appointed by the chief, was in each instance a meaningless exercise in futility. It was a cruel joke. I personally find no reason, no sustainable logic to believe that a board or commission appointed by the chief in this city would be a positive for police community relations. To even offer the Chief Advisory Board as an option or alternative to a civilian review board defies logic. It doesn't make sense on any level. It's a failed solution. Civilian participation in policing is one of the keys to this city narrowing the burgeoning chasm between the police and marginalized communities. The particularly naive machinations of compromised clergy, who, by the way, can easily be charmed, mesmerized, and bamboozled by public officials elected and appointed, can't negate or nullify the need for community participation in policing. The Fort Worth Police Department has received 2 failing grades, Fs. The Coleman Report and the Fort Worth Police Department panel of experts, and it doesn't make any sense on any discernible or comprehensible level for this ordinance not to pass unless the end game is not better police community relations, but continuing maligning of racial ethnic minority communities.
Bishop Kirkland will be followed by Rachel Galay.
Against my doctor's orders, I'm appearing before this board tonight because my initial plea with this city from the time of Jackie Craig, I've implored you as council members to mandate a community oversight committee. No hell's fire or pneumonia could keep me away from this lectern tonight. I was selected as a member of the Task Force on Race and Culture. I remember that we had an exercise to determine how much we believe our recommendations will be taken seriously. On a scale of 1 to 10, we're asked to position ourselves on the wall. I stood at 10. I was asked why did I believe that. I said to my counterparts, I would not be here wasting my time if the city was not going to take our recommendations seriously. As a Black man that's been on this precious soil of Yeshua for up to 6 decades, the most valuable possession that I have is my time. The task force recommended to this body that we needed a community oversight committee. Please, council, don't waste my time. There are names on my shirt like Michael Brown, Sandra Bland, Tamar Rice, Dante Wright, Tatiana Jefferson, Breonna Taylor, Eric Gardner, Jordan Edwards, Yvette Smith, all died at the hand of rogue, out-of-control police officers. I included Ahmaud Arbery and Tavon Martin because the police department and their communities let them down. On the back of the shirt, it says, how are we still going through this? How in the hell can we still be language in the corner of American society while living in a vast ocean of material prosperity and safety? Why are the nets of safety not reaching my village? The security and transparency is what we are seeking. There's no reason to hide your hands if there's no blood on them. There are those with nothing to hide will welcome another resource at their disposal to eliminate any appearance of dishonesty. What a remarkable dispensation we live in. We have a great chief of police who I see taking an active role in our community. But I would also like him to have some say in this board. We need this oversight board. A good faith will show to our community that your conscience and your minds are in order with ensuring transparency. Madam Mayor, Councilwoman Bivens, you do not absolutely see one single pastor, preacher, deacon, or activist more than you see this face. You reached out to my colleagues concerning this issue. Why in the hell wasn't I included? I'm not begging to be included. I am saying I'm demanding to be included. And Gina, your time has come.
Our next speaker is Rachel Galai, followed by Adrian Smith.
Hello, Council. My name is Rachel Golay. I'm a community member in District 9. And tonight I want to urge the Council to vote yes on the ordinance to establish a Community Police Review Board, along with the amendments that have been recommended tonight and will probably continue to be recommended and also set forth by United Fort Worth. In a Pew Research study, only 27% of police reported that poorly performing officers are held accountable for reported misconduct. And that's within policing. Existing internal mechanisms tend to be weakly enforced and are susceptible to racial bias. The conclusion is that police accountability cannot be entirely left in the hands of departments themselves. Rather, police should be held accountable by their key stakeholders, the everyday residents and citizens of Fort Worth, through a community police review board. And that's why I want to urge you today to vote yes on a review board that's made up of representatives from the Fort Worth communities that the department is sworn to protect and serve. Thanks.
Our next speaker is Adrian Smith, followed by Lucretia Powell.
Adrian Smith, District 3. Let the words of my mouth and the meditations of my heart be acceptable in thy sight, O Lord. Former Chief Joel Fitzgerald, the Race and Cultural Task Force, and outgoing Office of Police Oversight Monitor. Appreciate it. I saw it in her. Miss Neal. When I think about these three aspects of individuals, I think about a 4x4 relay. This relay started with former Police Chief Joel Fitzgerald. Although his leadership was undermined and later he was made out to be someone he wasn't and later wrongfully terminated, he was able to pass the baton on to the Race and Culture Task Force, which some of those members are here. They later were, for whatever reason, it was passed on to Ms. Neal. So here we are now at the end of the 4x4 relay. And the baton is now being passed to our elected officials, the City Council. Now, I would be one to say, like Ms. Opalese stated, it was in my heart as well to put a pause on this vote. And my reason being is, as you all can feel the temperature of this room, to some it's cold, to some it's warm. But I believe the temperature of this room right now is at a point of boiling. So, like Ms. Opal Lee stated, it was in my heart to say put a pause on this vote. And reason being is because we have a trial coming up in a short time, which, based on your decision tonight, rather which way it goes, there are people waiting to, I guess, say, as we would say, take things to another level. So in respect to the trial that's coming up, which we have potential am I saying it right? Potential people who might sit on that juror, you might be amiss to hold off on this vote because we have time, you all, but out of respect for the late Miss Tatiana Jefferson, I would say just let's give it some more time. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Lucretia Powell, followed by Bruce Miller.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tems and Mayor, excuse me, good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tems and the council. Too often when matters or issues are not properly addressed, handled, and corrected, it has diminished the integrity of the Fort Worth Police Department. Due to this being so prevalent in particular areas of our society today, the bridge of trust yet awaits to be seen. The Community Police Review Board would be the catalyst for the bridge of trust that's needed. Chief Noakes, it's no process to trust without the Community Police Advisory Review Board. Councilman Baylock, Councilman Firestone, one of the faces of the Community Police Review Board would be for you all to host a roundtable and invite Black and brown citizens so we can talk about the racial encounters that I've had and others have had in your district. Councilman Crane, I would say to you, thank you for the giving heart that you have for all children, no matter their socioeconomic background, and with that same elevated heart for all people. I'm asking you to support this Community Police Review Board. To the council as a whole, can we count on you to trust the people, the citizen of this city who trust and counted their ballots, their votes for you to sit where you sit today, to unite Tarrant County as a whole in one body? Please give your vote a yes for this board. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Bruce Miller, followed by Leon Reed Jr.
Bruce Miller, I live in District 3. Dear Mayor and Council members, the Jacqueline Craig incident led to the creation of the Race and Culture Task Force. Two major recommendations were the establishment of a police oversight board and an independent redistricting commission. Initially, City Manager Cook supported all 22 task force recommendations. However, the council pushed back. The IRC was rejected, and a police monitor substituted for a community oversight board. Following continuing police department problems, an external review board was constituted. Their final report explained that police department policies were adequate, but not adequately enforced. That's where we stand today. Unfortunately, the city has squandered valuable years, large sums of money, and the confidence of its citizens to come to where we are now, kind of back to square one. The current proposal is a step in the right direction for realizing the recommendations of the Race and Culture Task Force, but it might not go far enough in offering the committee members necessary independent investigative authority. The creation of an effective civilian review board was carefully laid out a couple of years ago in Getting It Right. That's the title of an article by Udi Ofer, and I hope you can consider it. I left you the reference. The underlying source of our police department problems is the involvement of the police and fire department unions in city politics. So long as this essential defect is allowed to exist, the city will lack the commitment to properly control the police department. I recommend a yes vote, but more is needed. So thank you, and I might add, I know I have a couple more seconds, that I listened to the work session. I listened to the remarks of Kim Neal, of Chris Nettles, and Chief Noakes. And I think you could all look at this article and see that some review boards work well and others do not. I know the chief is very concerned that he knows examples where they don't work, but there are examples where they're very effective. And that's laid out by author.
Thank you,
Ofer.
Bruce.
Thanks.
Leon Reed Jr., followed by Bob Ray Sanders.
Good evening, Mayor Parker and Council. Quite frankly, I'm confused as to how there could be opposition to this when for years, people of color in the Fort Worth community have been clamoring for a consent decree to be placed on Fort Worth's police department. I just don't understand how every other week the police department invites community leaders out to their headquarters and ask us for their support on programs such as ABLE and EPIC, Ethical Policing is Courageous, that they don't want oversight. I find it mind-boggling that they keep coming to the community every other week and saying, help us increase our recruiting pool. We are looking for change agent-minded recruits. Our motto is be the change, and yet there's so much resistance to change. I find it hard to believe, Madam Mayor, that since 2002, when racial profiling data was mandated by the state, that 2 decades later, there has not been one single year that people of color, and specifically African Americans, Councilman Firestone, have not been searched, cited, stopped, and arrested disproportionately to our representative population, not one single year. I'm trying to reconcile that when you go and you look at the use of force report, starting with 2021, that half of that pie, when it comes to uses of force, have been committed by officers with 5 or less years of experience. But that's no surprise, because it happened in 2020, that half of the uses of force from Fort Worth Police Department officers came from officers with less than 5 years' experience. But that's not a surprise, because in 2019, over half of the uses of force from police officers came from officers with less than 5 years' experience. But that's not a surprise, because well over half of the uses of force from Fort Worth Police Department officers in 2018
7/8 to 6:45
came
Central
from
Time
officers
as a
with
speaker.
less than 5 or less years of experience. Yet we sit here and we act like the city doesn't need citizens' oversight. Members of law enforcement derive their authority from the public and therefore must be ever mindful that they are not only the guardians, but also the servants of the public. Those are not my words. They're Police General Order 306.01.
Bob Ray Sanders will be followed by Pamela Young.
Good evening. Madam Mayor, Council. I rise this evening as a lifelong resident of this city and a member of a family that's been here for 160 years. And I just say that to say that I know Fort Worth, Texas. I know it well. It is a place that I care about deeply. It is a place that I love in spite of its faults and imperfections. As a native son of Fort Worth, I rise to implore you elected officials to do the right thing tonight as it relates to the proposed Community Police Policy Advisory Board. I know some of you, perhaps most of you, have already decided to vote against it. And I'm sure there's nothing I can say here tonight that would change your minds. But as Maya Angelou would say, and still I rise. Because I want to be on record. I want you to feel that your vote of this well thought out proposal, it wasn't thrown together, that if you vote against it, it will be the greatest mistake that you've made. If you vote against it, it'll be the greatest mistake you've made. We've waited for leadership for a long time. We ask you to be leaders tonight. We ask that you give communities that think they've been betrayed, and in fact have been to a great degree, give them a reason to trust a system that has been unjust. Give these communities who feel that to this day, they are still waiting to be treated fairly and with dignity. I also rise tonight as a co-chair of the Task Force on Race and Culture, which spent almost 2 years listening to thousands of people talk about the disparities they face in this community. And they talked about the shortcomings, particularly of our police department and the criminal justice system in general. And I just want to say that we did this the Fort Worth way. We said, guess what? I looked at 20 different cities and their proposals. And we said, no, we're not going to adopt another cities. We're going to create our own, because that's what Fort Worth needs, and that's what Fort Worth did. So I'm out of time, and I'll sit down. I just urge you to do the right thing by passing this ordinance, and I ask you to do the right thing.
Thank you, Bob Ray. Thank
for the
you.
communities of color.
Pamela Young is our next speaker. Sorry to cut you off, Bob Ray.
That's all right. I just want to say this is my hometown that I love in spite of.
Our next speaker is Pamela Young, followed by Rodney McIntosh.
Hello, I'm Pamela Young. I live in District 9, and I'm a community organizer with United Fort Worth. All of you have received my correspondence asking you to vote yes for all the reasons that have been stated already. I just want to say, and with the amendments that we've proposed, because we feel like those are very important. People like Pastor Rodney McIntosh, who is about to speak, as the ordinance is written right now, he would be barred from serving on this board because he has a felony conviction in his history. But his rights have been restored. He can vote, and so he should not be barred from serving on this board. As a matter of fact, he has the very experience that someone serving on this type of board would need, one of the types of experience. Those are outlined in the ordinance too. I'm asking you all to vote yes for this ordinance with the amendments because it is, for one reason, because it is what the community that you have been elected to serve has asked for. The community has asked for this. And this board is not adversarial. That's outlined in the ordinance. This board is not oversight, by the way, to anybody who's using the word oversight. That is not what this board is. Oversight sits right there, police monitor, and her office, and she's about to leave, God bless, and someone else will take her place, but that is oversight, the OPOM. This board is review, and it is, by any standard, the most light touch of review that there could ever be. What are we afraid of? What are we afraid of? That's very telling for anyone who votes no tonight. That's very telling that you're afraid of something. You're afraid to hear from your constituents. That's scary to me. It's very scary. And I'm looking at certain people, but I'm wanting you to sit with this and really think about it before you make your vote tonight. This is not, your vote should not be for anyone else except for the community who asked for this remedy, this light touch remedy. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Rodney McIntosh. I don't see Rodney anywhere. Is Pastor McIntosh here? No. If he walks in, I'll come back to him. Our next speaker is Juan Sotelo, followed by Kenya Alu. Is Juan here? No? Kenya Alu. Kenya will be followed by Twig Jones.
Good evening, Mayor Parker and Council. I'm here to speak against the Community Policy Advisory Board. In my organization or in my past career as a registered nurse, there are superiors who we report to, those who monitor how we do our jobs. We do not have need for other layers of monitoring by an independent board of citizens, which excludes any person who has had any firsthand knowledge of what we do. To form a committee for oversight, and we can mince words all we want, but we know that's what it is. I've heard the term over and over. To form this committee and purposely exclude former officers, family members of officers, just that in itself exposes the intent of this board. Chief Noakes is the supervisor of the police department. He's accountable to the city council. And why it's thought to be a good idea to add another layer of people to monitor police. Can you all hear me? I feel like the mic went off.
You kind of went into
There we go. Especially when you exclude those who actually know the ins and outs of the job, it's not a very bright decision. How can a group of people with no expertise in law enforcement be deemed judge and jury over our police officers? This is highly inappropriate, will cause division and contention between Fort Worth police officers and community members. And I urge you to vote no to this committee or any other committee that resembles anything to do with police oversight. I'm disappointed to hear some of the intimidation tactics I've heard from other members when they've spoken with you. I don't want to intimidate anybody. I don't think I could. The loud voices aren't representative of the entire community. It's important to know that many people in Fort Worth wanted to be here tonight, but it's election day and they're working the elections. I spoke with countless people who could not be here today. They wanted to be, but they're at the polls and they're engaged in the election process and unable to be here in person. So let's take that into consideration as well. Thank you all.
Our next speaker, Twig Jones, will be followed by Andrew Pilot.
Hi, I am so honored to be here. This is my first time to witness how this works. And I'm blessed. I've been here since the 4th grade when my dad was Air Force and brought us here. And I've watched the city change. It's my heart, like Bob Ray said. I want to see this city become more and the people become more. And I've watched the west side that was once beautiful has been degraded. And there's battles over on that side. And I've watched the east side with Pastor Rodney, the battles he's had. But I come because I've had an opportunity to have many experiences with the police department. And I can't say, there's greatness in this room. Every one of you that's spoken has heart. And I'm privileged to be in this room with you, everyone. So I think it's not so much for and against as it is how do we do it together. I've had a house broken into, and the police were so good to talk to me after that and help me walk through the process. I've had to do an eviction on a rent house, and I was scared to death, and they showed up and helped me through it. And it was through a friend that we had to say goodbye to, and it could have been ugly. I have another friend that happened to live in North Richland Hills when the active shooter was there, in which multiple police departments worked together in a coordinated effort. And he ended up in her front yard. And it could have been much worse, even though there was shootings involved. Could have been so much worse. I guess I'm a person that, I tend to see the glass half full. You're making progress. All of you are making progress. And some of the most beautiful people in my life are a different color than I am. And I hope you allow me to be what God chose for me. But anyway, I also had a Marine daughter that took her own life, and it looked like a homicide at the time, and it was the most devastating thing we walked through. And the police officers were so helpful to get us through a crisis in our family. We're still recovering from that. And they treated me with respect, concern, patience, and answered all my questions. As good as the title sounds, community is people, not boards. I would suggest there may be something even more creative here to do. My husband was in healthcare and was reported for a minor offense by a director that determined to take the special nursing department out. He suffered incredible stress while he was under that, having to defend himself against that while he was ministering and servicing 22 patients. So this is a stress that maybe is going to be detrimental to the police.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. I'm sorry your time's expired. Thank you. Our next speaker is Andrew Pilot, followed by Scott Graham. Is Andrew here? No? Scott Graham? Scott will be followed by Mary Michael Townsend.
Good evening, Council. My name is Scott Graham. I am a resident of Fort Worth. I've lived here for the last 19 years in the Fossil Creek area, and I'm in Alan Blaylock's district. For the past 6 years, I have volunteered within the Fort Worth Police Department. I have over 1,500 hours in the patrol car, serving in a chaplain's capacity, and I've worked with officers and citizens all over the city. I have taken calls literally in every division in the department. I've been privileged to help hundreds of citizens. I've worked in Como, Stop 6, Las Vegas Trail, and Short North, and trust me, I've been on a learning curve that sometimes I can't keep up with when working with people and trying to help people the best way we can. I'm here today just to state that I'm against this proposed ordinance to add a community police policy advisory board. I'll give you 3 reasons why. I believe we have a very good police oversight monitor who I respect, Ms. Kim Neal. I'm sad to hear that she's leaving. I think she's done an excellent job. And I think her and Chief Noakes are working together very efficiently to make progress. I like that she's a collaborative voice to the council, city manager, and to the police chief. I read some things about what she has in her literature. It says literally, her role is to foster community trust through collaboration and law enforcement accountability and transparency. And I do have a copy of the brochure and the flyer that's put out. And literally, her office is doing almost 100% of what this ordinance is trying to reduplicate. Our police chief did advise the council in a workshop, and he said this is, in his opinion, unnecessary and is generally seen as divisive in communities where it's been implemented. I make note that Chief Noakes does have a boss. He works for the city manager at the pleasure of the manager and has oversight by Ms. Neal. In the proposed ordinance, it states that no residents who have served in law enforcement or even who have any family who has served in law enforcement or in policing are welcome at this new proposed table in this ordinance. I found that to be extremely biased. They used a word that said, I had to look up in the dictionary, to be honest. I'm from West Virginia and I couldn't even find it in my dictionary. Consanguinity, which means that anybody in my family tree that's been in law enforcement, even though I haven't been, means I'm disqualified from serving on that board. So again, that's my position. I want to thank the council for your role in our community, all of you. You all have a good voice, and I appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Our next speaker is Mary Michael Townsend, followed by Carlos Tercios.
Hi, good evening. It's nice to be here. My name is Mary Michael Townsend, and I am a lifelong, I can't read without my glasses, y'all. I'm so sorry. I feel like it looks very rude to be looking down, but I'm a born and bred resident of Fort Worth, and I take great pride in being a member of this city. I moved away for many years and came back 4 years ago. It was the best move I've ever made. I shouldn't have ever left. To the dismay of many people, for whom I have immense respect, coming up here, it's hard. And I recognize that, but I want to say I strongly urge a no vote on this agenda item, and I'd like to tell you why. Our police are among the nation's best, and I know that because I've lived, apart from seeing different stats that I read about in the news, I've lived in Dallas, Austin, Houston, San Antonio, Boston, Massachusetts, and this is a very, very special place, and we are so blessed to live here. Our police have sworn an oath to serve and to protect and to abide by the rule of law, and in general, they're great at it. Now, they're not perfect, but no one is. We're all flawed people. That's why we're human. It's what makes us human. But they've earned the reputation of being a great police force. We have accountability for them, as has been already stated here tonight. We have a great police chief in a very tough job, in a very tough era. We have the city council, we have the mayor, and that's really enough. We even actually have, as has been mentioned, the Office of Police Oversight Monitor. What's frustrating as a citizen is that I think we already have, through these 3 layers, especially with the addition of the monitor, we've got a message that's going out saying you can't be trusted. And that's not true. I mean, I look around here and I see men and women of all colors and of all, historical, geographical ancestry. And they're all great people who've sworn an oath and they can be trusted. One of the things that I like to say is that in saying we don't need a 4th layer of review or oversight is that we have to make sure we are being transparent. And transparency comes from being able to see the truth. And it comes from having the freedom to act according to one's conscience within the bounds of the law. And this means removing barriers to that freedom. So in terms of fairness and justice, I'll just remind you that there is one author of justice, and that's God. It's not us. And as the pastor who started off the invocation said, he doesn't see our color, he doesn't see our sex, he sees us as his own children. And that's why justice has to be blind. So to quote Martin Luther King, a just law is a man-made code that squares with the moral law of God.
Thank you, Ms. Townsend.
Let's keep that in mind, and I
Our
urge
next
you to vote
speaker
no.
is Carlos Tercios. Carlos Tercios will be followed by Ruth Ray.
Okay. Let's see. I'm going to keep them on. All right, good evening. My name is Carlos Tercios. First time speaking in front of City Council, I will say, because I've been doing all the school board meetings ever since I was 15 years old. So I guess at the age of 21, I can finally speak in front of City Hall. Today, I want to talk about the board that is being proposed, and I will say that I urge the council to vote against this board. The committee would not have law enforcement or any family members of law enforcement, and frankly, that is seen as biased. This committee would have members that are not experienced with law enforcement. I will state that we already have a police oversight monitor, and the role is to foster community trust and collaboration and accountability. The police chief has already stated this is unnecessary as well. Not only this, but this would just add another layer of bureaucracy between the police department and the police chief and council. We also do not have the director for the Office of Police Monitor, as she'll be leaving. But I just want to say that this is nothing more than an attack against our law enforcement. I have relatives in Northside. I have relatives, because yo soy hispano. The Hispanic community supports law enforcement. You go to Northside, you go to Henfield, you go to these areas, and they will come out and they will say, yo apoyo a la policía. Yo apoyo paz y seguridad en nuestras comunidades. There's nothing more than an attack against law enforcement, ladies and gentlemen. I have met law enforcement here in Fort Worth. I have done projects with them. I've volunteered. I've done a lot of things. They are working 24/7, 24/7, every single day to ensure that we are protected, to ensure that the homicides that happen in our city, that the rapes that happen in our cities, that all the crime that happens in our city are dealt with in an effective and respectful manner. This committee is nothing more than a political attack by 3 council members, one of whom represents my district. And it is discouraging. It is, frankly, disappointing to see these council members divide the city, divide communities, and not only that, have a political agenda, and that is to basically support a defunded police movement and to attack law and order. Because at the end of the day, that is what they're going to do. That's what they're going to be pushing. This committee will have people that will not be experienced. Go to the Hispanic community, and they are the largest group in this city, and they will say, yo apoyo a la policía, and we do not support this. That's what they'll say. Go to Northside, go to Southside, go to any of these areas. I can guarantee you that. Support law enforcement, support law and order, vote against this, and support Fort Worth, and put Fort Worth first. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ruth Ray, followed by Jim DeLong. Guys, let's let them speak.
Good
Ruth,
evening.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Ruth Ray, and I'm out of District 7. And I'm going to go ahead and read this. It'll be a little easier. Thank you to each person here tonight for your service to the city of Fort Worth. I was recently made aware of Agenda Item 22257, which seeks to add another layer of oversight to the Fort Worth Police Department through the Community Police Policy Advisory Board. I'm disappointed that consideration for this advisory board was added to the calendar for discussion on Election Day, a day when many of the citizens of Fort Worth who might normally participate in this conversation have election-related responsibilities and cannot be present. While many residents feel that some oversight is good, we already have an Office of the Police Oversight Monitor. I urge you to reject this additional layer of bureaucracy and vote no in opposition of Agenda Item 557. After reading the proposed applications and qualifications stated in the Community Police Policy Advisory Board, it appears that this board is focused on creating a committee by which the members would need to share a marginalized group advocacy perspective, whether it be a homeless advocate, incarcerated persons advocate, mental health disability advocate, or similar other marginalized group advocate. A solely marginalized advocacy perspective is exclusionary to our broad population. Our city is made up of 935,000 residents, many of whom have valid, diverse input in regards to police practices, policies, and recommendations, who do not have this sort of advocacy experience, but probably have or could have a broad understanding of the law, civil rights, policing, and incarceration, as well as practices to build a safer community. The minimum requirements listed for potential members of the CPPAB are set up to form a biased board in respect to the overall citizenry of Fort Worth. This board would lack perspective. Many of the Fort Worth residents and taxpayers that I know find this criteria to be non-inclusive. When a person is selected to serve on a committee, they're expected to have a high level of understanding of the agency for which they'll be advising. This board would not. I urge you to vote no and reject this agenda item. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jim DeLong, followed by John Bunn.
Good evening, I'm Jim DeLong, resident of Fort Worth. I'm in opposition to this board. One of the considerations for me is, last week I talked about the review report and how in a couple of sentences they showed outright blatant bias. The police department totally eradicated a very serious situation from 154 to 0, and yet that report slammed the police department for being able to handle themselves and do the right thing. So part of the issue is, in today's world, we're polarized. We're blinded by our ideologies. Where is any middle ground? So we're wanting to vote on this board, and people are taking that report to prove the police department's ineffectiveness to govern themselves. Well, let's get that report right. That report is biased, but we're using the biased report to come against our police department, who people say are biased. So you have biased over here, you have biased over there. Having a report that's biased against our police department isn't going to help anything. I don't care how many hundreds of thousands of dollars we spent and got experts. They were expertly biased. I could go through that report and show time and time again in that report that proves that they're biased. So if we're going to get it right, let's get it right. If we want a police department and we're going to want these things, let's have the root of those things be unbiased. But we don't live in a day like that today. Like I said, we're blinded by our ideology. What can we come into agreement with and start there? Some of these issues, the chasm is too strong, the hurts are too deep, and the history is too long. So I really encourage you, vote no, vote against this. We can come up with something better. We in Fort Worth can do better by this. Thank you.
John Bunn will be followed by Mike C. Is John here?
Mr. Bunn?
Yes, I'm here.
Please go ahead.
Yes, my name is John Bunn, and my wife Stacy and I live in District 6. And all of the people that have spoken tonight. I have heard the entire call or the entire time, those in person and those on the call. And I do empathize and see this from both perspectives, but I agree with all of the opinions that have been stated to vote against. I won't add any more to that other than to say, as a taxpayer in that district and in the city of Fort Worth, I commend the council and the police department and the chief. I do believe, as Mr. DeLong stated, that we can come up with something better. So I urge you to vote no.
Our next speaker is Mike C., followed by Felicia Clement.
On the second page, I have the solutions. I'll run out of time before I get to it. Good evening. Again, here we are with another Marxist Portland style of attack coming from United Fort Worth on our police officers. Many of the victim class cultivated by United Fort Worth do not care to abide by societal rules and feel they shouldn't have to. However, there are laws in place and a justice system that needs to stand. Do we have issues with policing? If we do, and we have oversight in place to correct it, and a justice system to carry out the solution. The proposals of United Fort Worth is requesting are infantile at best. This group is filled with anti-police, anti-white, anti-capitalist, anti-America malcontents that want to overthrow this system of government starting at the local level right here. I'll bet none of them know any policing procedures such as something simple as the use of force continuum. And they want to regulate our police, this small sliver of our safety and security. Here's what they propose. 1, no former, retired, or current police officer from any city will be on the board. Well, that's a loss of expertise in the subject. Clearly, this shows a total disdain these Marxists have for law and order. 2, support the board mission of police accountability, transparency, fair and equitable policing in all communities in Fort Worth. Now, when the word equity is used, what they're really talking about is hatred. They hate you, your country, and your pursuit of a better way of life and the freedom to do so. They want to tear everything down, strip you of your rights, destroy your way of life, destroy your family, call you a racist, a colonizer, a misogynist, etc., guilt-tripping you into submission. Some of you right in front of me have already submitted. You're in a psychosis of believing that the trash these Marxists spew. What does equitable policing even mean? In this case, I suppose it means everyone is placed up against a car and restrained whether or not they are cooperating or not. Equity is just another weaponized word used by the Marxists. Maybe United Fort Worth could explain what equitable policing actually means. 3, board members may be convicted felons who have been released from prison on parole, probation, or pardoned. In the Marxist clown world, this is their form of justice. There is no integrity here whatsoever. Anyone knowing anything about prison gangs, cartels, blood in, blood out street gangs can tell you how this can go wrong real quick. With a board such as this, 4, include cultural competency training and continuing education. Law enforcement already does this.
Our next speaker is Felicia Clement, followed by Ryan Smith.
Good evening. I'm Felicia Clement with District 6. And first of all, I want to thank each and every one of you for allowing me to speak tonight. I, like Scott, have volunteered with the Fort Worth Police Department since 2017. I have been in the cars with the officers, and I have seen the kindness, the respect that they treat, the way they treat the citizens, and all over the city. We also spent an evening in Como, and I've seen the respect of these officers. It has been mentioned, I know it's already been mentioned about the Oversight Board for the Fort Worth Police Department. The Office of Police Oversight Monitor was developed in 2020. Ms. Kim Neal heads a diverse team that works with the city council, city manager, police chief. Her role fosters community trust. They collaborate with law enforcement as well as accountability. There is also, which y'all had mentioned, a Chiefs Advisory Board, which simply needs reinstated. That's it. It simply needs reinstated. The Oversight Review Board you are proposing will be redundant as there's already a working board in place. Creating a new board simply because the current one needs updating is not the best use of our taxpayer dollars. As far as the board itself goes, it has been clear that any person with any type or knowledge or experience in law enforcement would be excluded from this committee to the extent that even felons will be considered. This in and of itself is exclusive and discriminatory to certain taxpaying citizens. It is my opinion that its divisiveness is not only imminent but built into the ordinance. Being that the council would be appointing the members, would this not simply be an extension of your own power? Our officers have considerable training. It is rigorous, with many hours spent learning the ever-changing laws. The ordinance would call for civilians to provide input and guidance to the most qualified, most highly trained persons in the force, including the chief of police. How can a person with no understanding of the job itself give any constructive help in these situations? I am most concerned that this appears to be yet another layer of bureaucracy that does not improve the police department, actually stands to hurt the safety and reputation of our beautiful city by tying the hands of the officers. I'm very proud of the men and women who lay down their lives to serve and protect the citizens of Fort Worth. I have seen them do magnificent things. They are brave, courageous, and they care about the citizens. It is for this reason that I am not in support of this proposal. If any civilian citizen review or oversight committee, I vote against the proposal, and thank you.
Next speaker is Ryan Smith, followed by Ramona Burns. Is Ryan here? No. Ramona Burns?
Madam Mayor, City Council, I am unprepared to speak. I just meant to say that I attended, and I just want to thank you for the work that you do for our city. I can't imagine. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Amanda Coleman. Is Amanda here? Bobby McCurdy. Hi, Bobby.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Bobby McCurdy. I reside in District 3. I'm incredibly concerned about the item on the agenda, not because I think it's a bad concept entirely, but because I know firsthand that the attitudes and agendas tend to trickle down from top leadership, whether it be in a corporation, a nonprofit, city government. And you all are our leaders, and you set the tone for this committee if it passes. And this committee will set the tone for our future as a city. I do not stand here strictly in opposition for the committee entirely, especially if it would allow the opportunity to build a bridge between our residents and our law enforcement who work so hard every day to protect us. But I do stand in opposition to the proposed ordinance, how it is written, specifically where it mentions that no law enforcement or, they can have anybody in their family has ever been in law enforcement. That bothers me. And I just hope to provide a different perspective. I've served in the past on several different boards, commissions, and committees for the city, for both District 3 and District 7. I've a total of 5 since 2004. And they're all different varieties, from the Library Advisory Board, Stormwater Policy Advisory Committee, to the Fourth Appeals Board, which, as y'all know, but everybody else may not, has to do with the Downtown Design Review Board, the Historic and Landmarks Commission, the Building Standards Commission. So I have a lot of experience serving on different boards, and I can tell you as a person who was always there representing the neighborhoods as a citizen, this concerns me because there was so much knowledge that you get from other board members that maybe, you know, if you're on the library advisory board and you're the citizen and you've never been an educator, but there's a retired teacher sitting next to you and a retired librarian sitting next to you. I served on stormwater committees. Again, I was a homeowner who had their house flooded. I just wanted change in my neighborhood and was fortunate that my city council member appointed me to that board, but there was so much that, you know, we could do working together, residents, business owners, developers, coming together, sitting around the table and learning from one another, seeing each other's perspective. And so I think that's where this is lacking. So I urge you to please vote no as it is written. I think that this is an innovative city. We've been one of the largest growing cities for decades, as y'all know. Let's do something different, be creative. And I mean, I'm sure there's retired law enforcement and other individuals that have that expertise in every district. Why not lead by example as this committee and have, you know, citizens from every district and
Thank you, Ms.
ex-law
McCurry.
enforcement from every district working
Our
together
next
to build
speaker
the
is
bridge.
Rusty Fuller. Our next speaker is Rusty Fuller by phone, I believe.
Mr. Fuller?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Mayor and Council, I'm Rusty Fuller. I live in District 4. I'm president of the North Fort Worth Alliance, on whose behalf I appear tonight. You have received our comments opposing the adoption of this ordinance, and we urge you to vote against. The council put in place the Office of Police Oversight and Monitoring to do the tasks set forth in Section 2-30 of the draft ordinance. The office has only been in place 1 year and is reporting success in resolving citizen complaints pertaining to the Fort Worth Police Department. Initiating another administrative body to look at the same information and make recommendations on the same information is a waste of time and money. The council has already hired impartial subject matter experts to review the Fort Worth Police Department procedures. They have made recommendations on improvements. The progress of the implementation of those recommendations are periodically reported to the council. The first draft report was received by the council in August of 2022. In both cases, the council has not given the current outside review of improving policies a chance to prove its worth. Now the council wants to throw in another administrative body whose roles seem redundant and whose interactions with the public are unidentified. This is untimely and may very well be unnecessary. We hear you that you are receiving complaints from your constituents about the police department. Are you referring them to the OPOM? Do you follow up to see if the dispute was A, ever raised to the OPOM, and B, if it was resolved? We heard in a presentation at the first annual report of the OPOM that disputes are getting resolved. Our final point tonight is that no one is looking at the community elements that keep stoking distrust in our police department. Instead of another administrative board to look at police policies and procedures, we suggest you look into a board that looks into ways to identify the real root causes for the distrust that is being stoked and work on those causes. This is a two-sided issue, and you are focusing only on one side. Our police department, through the CCPD and funding, has taken tremendous steps in trying to bolster community relations. We have seen super improvements over the last three police chiefs in bringing to new policing method. Please, please, please focus on both sides of the coin. Thank you.
Our next speaker is David Mendez, followed by Jackie Cox. I haven't seen David. Jackie Cox? Yeah. Jackie, if you want to use that microphone right there, you may, if you'd like to.
I'll come down.
You can, right there in front of you. Yes, ma'am. That'll turn on.
Thank you, Council. It's good to see you again, except if I don't stand up, I can't see you. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Good, thank you. I have been following the whole problem of escalated violence of police against the community since I moved back to Fort Worth in 2010. And it's getting, I hope, to where it's about to be better. What I find from reading the police expert panel review is that you have great policies and some problems, some glitches with respect to getting the policy implemented top down. In other words, there are people within the department who don't discipline officers who have been found to have repeated violations of policy. And there are conflicts about getting that in order and moving correctly. I think that's a real problem, and it may or may not be addressed by adopting a police oversight board. I am very much in favor of a police oversight board, and I'm hoping that you won't give up on the mission of getting problems in the department resolved. It is not a bad police force. It is a police force with a few people who create problems, or at least that's sort of how I see it. So I'm hopeful that you will not throw out baby with bath, that you will continue to bring people in who will provide oversight, and that you will keep working on the problem, because we deserve a city in which all persons, no matter how poor they may be, they might be homeless, but they should not be abused by the police. And that does happen sometimes. So I ask that you be careful as you cast your vote, that your ordinance leaves space for fixing what we've been worried about for a long time while preserving the gains you've made. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Bob Willoughby, followed by James Smith.
I want to start off with one thing. I heard a lot of people say you're our leaders. You're not our leaders. We're stockholders. You took an oath to serve us, okay? That's what's wrong. We're equal. You're not ahead of us. I sure don't want you leading me. Let me tell you something else. A lot of people come down here and thank you. And turn it around where we can read it, please. And bless you and all that kind of good stuff there. You people took away our right to speak. That's our First Amendment. There is nothing more important than our First Amendment. So how can people come down here and trust you that took away our right to speak? Now, let's get the cart before the horse. A lot of you probably haven't been involved as long as I have, or Chris. I was at a meeting with Chris about 7 years ago and a city manager. About 40 people, black people there. The only white person was the manager. When I walked in, he was happy to see me. So it made him feel better. But anyway, Chris is the one that I got the idea from the Oversight Committee, the Police and the Citizen Oversight Committee. And that's what we were asking for, a citizen's oversight. But like council does, they don't give you what you ask for. They give you a watered-down version. And I would have yelled against the police monitor oversight from the beginning if it wasn't for that I like Kim O'Neill. And that's the only reason I hadn't yelled about that. That ought to be dissolved. The citizen oversight ought to be first like we asked. Then if we need a monitor, then bring it in. But you didn't give us what we asked for first, you gave us what I want. Now, if we don't get the oversight, it's okay. Because look who's going to be in charge of it, the mayor and city council in red there, and the neighborhood associations, the first one they go to. There are corrupt neighborhood associations that are owned by the council. I had a meeting with a manager about 4 months ago about mine. They hold secret elections for the last 4 years. I can't even run for office. My neighborhood, the John T. White Neighborhood Association, I gave him the documents. I gave them everything to prove that they're in violation. You know what I get from them? Zero. But yet we're going to go to the neighborhood association and ask about this committee. No. Now, I'm all for an oversight, but I want to know one thing. Will every application be posted on the website for us to see? Will there be a task force holding meetings for us people to ask these questions and help decide? Let us decide, not the mayor and council decide who's going to be on this, but we're not going to get it anyway. You know that because they brought in people to speak for them, make it look good when they say no so they wouldn't belong. I've seen this before. No, I'll tell you something else is missing big time. Code compliance. I am so ashamed, everybody here. No one talks about code compliance. I've been at this for 6 years. There's a man in a wheelchair. They're taking his house away from him, and they know it's wrong. They know it. I sent them stuff, and they know it, and they don't care. Code compliance is bullying and taking. And you know what? They don't go in the black people area because the black people ran them off. They come up to us white people. I need your help. Code compliance is taking people's homes, handicapped people's homes. You go to my website, you'll see the videos, you'll see the proof of it. But does anybody ever talk about them? Never they get a free ride. I don't understand that. Thank you.
Next speaker is James Smith.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is James Smith. I live in District 8. For those of you who don't know me, I'm the neighbor of Tatiana Jefferson. I wasn't coming here tonight, but I was invited by a speaker that's since left the room. And in listening to what I'm listening to, I'm glad I came. I don't profess to be a police officer. I don't profess to be the mayor of the city of Fort Worth. But I do and can have an opinion. What happened to my neighbor shouldn't have happened. And as I sit here and listen, I can give recommendations to this council, to the police department, that would have prevented my neighbor's death. I don't know how you guys are going to vote, but you need to take a serious look at what you're about to do. I'm 65 years old. I know Mr. Sanders' nephew, Deborah, his niece, Deborah Sanders and Gerald Sanders. I went to school with them. I know the history of him in Haltom City. I know this is his home. All we want is fairness in the city of Fort Worth. I live on the south side of Fort Worth, and I go to Hillside Park, and it's a fantastic view of Hillside Park. But in my eyes and my mind, on the opposite side of downtown Fort Worth is Peachy King. I'm not going to say perfect, but it's Peachy King. The Stockyards, the Cultural District, the 7th Street. We're talking about the South Side, Stop 6 Eastwood. We're talking about where we're having problems. Everybody's not having the same problem. We're having a problem. And that's why we're here. Fort Worth is a great city. I've been here 60 some odd years. If it was that bad, I'd move out. But all we're asking is, help us, and we can help you. That's not a lot to ask. That's not a lot to ask. You feel like you're nauseated when people come down here to speak to you guys. I have to walk out my front door from now till the Lord calls me home and be nauseated by the incident of October 12, 2019. You may not vote tonight. You shouldn't vote tonight. But you should consider this recommendation and vote yes when you do. Justice for Tatiana Jefferson and justice for every marginalized citizen of Fort Worth, Texas. Thank you.
Council, that's the last of our speakers. I'm going to ask Chief Neil Noakes to come to the dais and speak to this item before I turn to council members for their comments.
Neil Noakes, Police Chief, Fort Worth Police Department. Mayor, I want to thank you first of all for allowing me to come down and give some comments. I also want to thank all of the citizens who either submitted comment cards or who came out tonight to speak because your voices were heard. There are people on both sides of this discussion who are here tonight who I respect. There are people on both sides of this discussion I love, that I consider my brothers and sisters, and you will be my brothers and sisters regardless of the turnout of this vote. I am committed to working with each and every one of you regardless of the turnout of this vote. My commitment to the community will not change. I also want to thank you, Councilmember Nettles, for bringing the video and playing that before. It gives me an opportunity to address that in case there are questions. And the video that was played was from the announcement when I became chief, January 2021, almost 2 years ago. I believe what I said was, it's coming whether we want it or not, and that I wanted to be part of the process. My understanding coming in was that was going to happen. My understanding was that it was coming quickly. Here we are 2 years later. During that time, it gave me a chance to reach out to other police chiefs. It gave me a chance to research the outcomes of other similar boards across the country. What I heard was not positive. What I heard was that it was not only not positive, but detrimental to police-community relations in those communities. Also said I wanted to be a part of the process, and after reviewing this and researching this, we are not part of the process. And I believe we need to be, and that is the point. I value community input. I believe my track record has shown that. I value the input of this council. I hope my track record has shown that. I'm not being dismissive of any community. Every community in the city of Fort Worth, regardless of zip code, socioeconomic status, I don't care which side you vote for. All I care about is that you receive the quality service you deserve with dignity, with respect from a professional police force. What I'm not saying is that we don't come together. What I'm not saying is that we're dismissive of any of the concerns of the community. What I'm saying is I believe there's another way to do it. We have come together so many times with people from every community across Fort Worth, every division we serve. What I found to be the most productive is when we sit down together and talk. And I'm talking about hard conversations. I'm not talking about just going to communities that love the police department. I'm talking about going to communities where there is distrust, where we have work to do, and sitting down and getting that hard work done. None of us are self-sufficient. None of us are truly independent. We need one another. The Fort Worth Police Department cannot be successful without the community involved. I also believe the community won't be as successful as they want if the police aren't involved. Instead of driving a wedge between us, I want to break down the walls and bring everyone to the table so all voices are heard. Collaboration and cooperation. It sounds easy, but it will take work. Instead of creating a community that I feel will put us at odds with one another, let's invite an opportunity that allows us to work together. Instead of placing us in different silos, let's all come to the same table and work together. Instead of keeping us separate and apart and talking about each other, let us come together and talk to each other. My hope is I've built enough trust in the community, all communities in Fort Worth, in the Fort Worth Police Department, and in this council to allow me the opportunity to prove this can work. To prove that we can successfully do something different in Fort Worth that could be the standard for other cities to emulate. When hired as the chief of the Fort Worth Police Department, I agreed with the city manager, David Cook, that we needed to change our culture. It needed to be a top priority, and innovation and collaboration were key to that effort. Let's continue that effort. We've been working diligently to be better and to collaborate and engage with the community, and we have made progress. I've heard people from communities across the city say as much. Please don't misunderstand me, though. We still have work to do, but we will do that work. I'm asking you, please allow me the time that's necessary to turn this ship. Even the expert panel said, and I quote, "It will take sustained effort over time." We have an approved staffing level of over 2,300 total employees, and we serve 1 million people. Because of the scale of the organization and the communities we serve, change won't happen overnight, but it is happening. I believe I've proven I will hold officers accountable. Not bragging in any way, but just a fact. 12 hours ago, I fired another, the fourth in about 2.5 weeks. It's not fun work, but it is hard work that has to be done. We've improved our training, we've improved our policies with input from the community, and we've included the community in that training process. And I might mention that our policies are on our website for all the public and community to see. One fear I do have is this could negatively affect the morale of the officers of the Fort Worth Police Department. I don't want a message to be sent to them that their city leaders don't have faith in them to make that culture change happen. I've talked to some who were on the policy advisory committee we had before, which I'm recommending bringing back. Some were very optimistic about it, some were not so much, but everyone agreed it could be improved. We want to revise, update, and improve that committee with community input. We will have robust and inclusive representation from the community, and quite frankly, there are people sitting in this room right now who may not be on the side of this board right now, but I hope they will consider sitting on it because there's some solid quality people in here on both sides of the discussion. I hope you'll allow me to prove how much I and the Fort Worth Police Department value community input and community engagement. I hope you allow us to get our house in order with the community. I hope you will show you have confidence in the officers of the Fort Worth Police Department and the leadership of the Fort Worth Police Department to continue making good on our promise of true community and police collaboration. Please allow me to do the job that I was hired to do. Those are my remarks, Mayor.
Thank you, Chief Noakes.
Thank you.
Assuming every council member has comments this evening, I'm going to start to my right with Councilmember Elizabeth Beck and move down the dais so I don't miss anybody. And if there's any question or dialogue back and forth, that's more than fine. Councilmember Beck.
Mayor, respectfully, I'd like to allow my colleague Chris Nettles to open the conversation.
That's fine. I'll come back to you. Go ahead, Chris.
First, before I start my comments, let me motion to approve this ordinance with the following amendments or change throughout the ordinance. Change the name of the board to Community Police Review Board, and to update all the referring to the board to be CPRB. That's my motion.
You have any comments?
I do have comments. Do I have a second? Do I need to get my second?
I'll second it.
Okay, thank you. All right, so I want to get my comments. I really do appreciate everybody being here, including the POA president that's in the back against the wall. We appreciate him being here as well. Also, I want to recognize other leaders that are here. We have the Alphas that are here. We have Como that had, some people from Como had to leave. Estrus Tucker and Bob Ray Sanders. We really appreciate all the support of you guys being here on today. With this is a strong issue, and we have some of our Black strong pastors that are here to stand the ground and fight to the end. I really appreciate your support being here today. I want to respond to a lot of the comments. I hate the gentleman left, but maybe he's watching. One of the things we talked about was the election, and let me tell you, I, for one, didn't want to take this vote on election day because of a lot of people being involved in what was happening across the county. But from day one, when I got in this office, I worked hard and with the city manager and with our city council to get this to a vote. We have had many work sessions. I have had one-on-ones with the chief and spoke with him about it. I have had meetings with Mayor Parker and David Cook to push it back because of the trial. And so we finally got to a place where we can vote, and it wasn't easy. And so at this time, with the expertise that we have in Kim Neal, been able to answer questions off of the fly, we want to take this vote tonight. And as one of the persons said today, I think it was Byron Sanders, that a lot of people's minds are made up. A lot of people have been paid or been talked to, or they figure out whatever they're gonna do. And so whether we push it back and give this chief all the time that he needs to figure it out, the vote is still gonna be the same. Until we get people across this dais that understand and respect not just the west side or the north side or the quiet voices, because I guess I'm a loud voice from what the lady said earlier, to represent all of the community, we won't get the change that we really need. I look at the people who were speaking today, the ones that were speaking for it, Black, majority of color, and whites. The ones who spoke against it, I didn't see color. I just saw white. And you would never understand walking in a black man's shoes. You would never understand what it feels like to have a target on your back because the type of hair, check, the type of hair that you have, the type of car that you drive, and the type of neighborhood that you live in. I, for one, thank God, have not been in jail, not been arrested, but I have been pulled over, driving in my black SUV, leaving the Pee Wee football game, pulled over on Campus Drive in front of the old Sam's. And the officer approached my car and he said, "You fit the description of a robbery in the neighborhood. What is this equipment that's in your back of your truck?" I said, "Sir, I'm a poor pastor and I have a church at the hotel. And I take the equipment back and forth so that I can speak and preach to my community." Took my driver's license, looked at my record, and had I did something wrong or said something crazy or did something that I shouldn't have done, even though I was in the right, I could have been a statistic, a black man killed by the police department. You don't understand the shoes that I walk in. This whole system that we saw tonight was crap. The fact that we heard all of the speakers who were for it back to back to back to back. You know darn well that they did not sign up like that. That's right. That's right. And all the speakers that were against it, we heard them back to back to back to back. This system is corrupt. People who are making deals behind closed doors. Guys, you've been able to see it face to face. I never would have allowed that to happen, but I'm not a part of those meetings. Let's talk about equity in policing. I looked at the word equity in a dictionary. Let me define it for you, young man. It is the characteristics of quality and fairness. So we want to say we want equity in the city. We want to be treated just like you. We want to be treated just like the rich and the wealthy. We don't want to be treated differently because of the color of our skins and where we live and where we grew up from. We want to be treated just like a regular citizen of the United States of America. That is what equality is. That is what equity is. It's in your dictionary. Innovation. Let's be innovative. Do you know what the definition of innovative is? I looked it up for you. It is the act of doing something new. Do we have a citizen review board? No. If we implement it, what would it do? It would be implementing something new. That's what innovation is. What you want is the old, good old boy system. And I, for one, have had enough. Enough people elected me to get in this office, and I'm going to stand on the wall until the walls of Jericho come down in Fort Worth. I'm going to be loud, I'm going to speak, and I'm going to be firm. The purpose of this board is that citizens, even the ones that were against it, you and I can come to a table and decide and talk amongst each other how we feel that we can better our community. The board allows each and every one of us to pick someone on the board to represent our community and our district. This board is not going to sway one way or sway the other way, just like we're at a split vote now. Let's be honest with it. This is an opportunity to bring conversation to the city of Fort Worth on a broader level, on a broader stance. That's what we're asking for, is a seat at the table. All our life, my life, we have to fight for that seat. I'm trying to give our people an opportunity where they don't have to keep fighting, but they can have their voice heard. William Joy did the article that Chief talked about. And William Joy said it, and if you can go look on YouTube, January the 25th, 2021. Chief Noakes hopeful of a newly launched outreach program will help minority hiring and seeing the need for a citizens review board, and has been in the works since the controversy arrest of Jackie Craig, 2016. This board did not come just out of the whim, the fly, we just didn't reach for it and just made up something. We brought this to play because we seriously have issues in our community that are on the books of Fort Worth. Chief said, the truth of the matter is, it's coming. Well, it's here. It is here, whether we want it or not. And I want to be part of the process. And I beg you different. You have been a part of the process from day one. I have met with you privately and in that work session. That work session, this last time, if red was a color, we saw it. Vigorously, angry, frustrated about whether we trust you. It's not a question if we trust you, but you won't be the chief for eternity. So we need a system that is in place that would provide not trust, but accountability. I know. I understand that you met with some of the black pastors, and even the mayor met with them. Right. And you said, maybe if I had opportunity to pick or put people on this board, I may can get there. I'm willing to make those amendments right now, right here on the floor. Giving you an opportunity that this council gets a pick and you get to select 2 people in addition to our picks to be on this board. That's an amendment I'm willing to make. I'm willing to compromise because you know why? This is the most watered down community police board that exists in America is because we tried to come to some type of consensus, to some type of compromise. And even with a board, a Snaggertooth board with no teeth, can't bite mashed potatoes if they want to, you still cannot support it? What I have a problem is, I talked to David Cook about this today, is that the chief, you are a department head. You are the head of the police department. Just like Department TPW, just like the parks, recreation, just like DJ's department, they're all department heads. And when this new council came to play, we hounded David. David, we don't want your department heads telling us no. We want you to work with them and how we can get to a yes. David Cook has been reported and has been written down in his department head meetings saying to his departments, I want to make sure we can get to a yes. Why in the hell can all these other departments get to a yes, but we can't get you to a yes? Come to the table and let's eat. Let's talk. Let's have a conversation. Let's get to a yes. People talked about training and requirements. Kim Neal, and I for one, and I first encountered Kim Neal, it wasn't a good one. But over time, I got to looking into her work, looking into how she operates and the heart of a person. And she has put together a recommendation that requires people to go through training, to go through a type of training where they don't just look in the community eyesight, but they look in the lens of a Fort Worth police officer, where they do ride-alongs, that they understand how an officer feels in certain situations. We just approved a budget where they can get innovative things they put on their head and have a virtual experience. These people that sit on this board will be able to go through that training. So no, sir, it is not a board to defund the police. It's a board to make accountability of the police. I know my colleagues are getting tired, but I have a lot to say. Community Frontline, we appreciate your work. They put together a police survey result. They did it back in 21. Because one of my colleagues told me that people in their district love the police. They want more of them versus people in other districts. I want to go to a couple of questions. Question one, it says, does Fort Worth have an adequate training? People in District 2, 60% said no. People in District 4, 75% said no. People in District 7, 100% said no. The next question was, do you believe that the Fort Worth Police has a culture of bias and discrimination? District 2, 100% people said yes. District 4, 75% said yes. District 7, 71% said yes. And District 9, 100% said yes. Dante, if you had an opportunity, can you provide this for them? Question number 3. Does race play a role in how the Fort Worth police interact with the community? District 2, 100% said yes. District 4, 87.5 said yes. District 7, 85.71% said yes. And District 9, 100% said yes. Now watch this one. Does Fort Worth need a police department? District 8, 100 people said yes. So I don't think nobody in this city is arguing the fact if we want to defund the police, get rid of the police, shut the police department down, burn it with fire. No, sir. What we are saying, we want police, but we want the right type of police. We want accountability police. We want police who respect and honor all citizens. And while I appreciate that you hang the hat on, that you fired 4 officers within the last 2 weeks, the reality of it, you probably should have fired 400. Because when you look at the G file that none of y'all have access to, not even me, to be honest, the incidents that the expert panel talked about and rolled out and articulated, there are people in our leadership staff on the police department who does not hand down the correct and the vital type of punishment. And what happens is when you do not punish a child for doing something wrong, it only gets worse by the day. And no, I'm not calling them a children, but I'm using it as a metaphor to understand that when a child gets away with certain things, they will keep on doing it, and it will get worse and worse and worse by the day, by the second. I appreciate, no, I respect the people I work with. And I'm gonna say this, and this is not a shot, but I want you to hear me. Carlos, we as a community, as a Black people, we supported the SB 4 vote. I remember very visibly, I stood right there at that sign, and we waited hours and hours. We didn't speak. We just came to support. Till 1 o'clock in the morning, when the Hispanic community fought for the SB 4, and you did not have the votes on this council. But if you brought that back, you would have the votes today. We have supported the 287G at the Tarrant County level. We supported activating and establishing a second Latino Hispanic seat at this council. We have worked hard for our Latino and Hispanic community. And all I'm asking today is that the Black community is asking for you to support us. We are the ones who have been marginalized in this community. We are the ones who look at the news and read the newspaper and say, that could have been me. That could have been my son. That could have been my sister dying in that house. That's what I wake up with. This is not a vote, Alan, for me. This is personal. My heart has been heavy all day because my community elected me to come sit at this council to fight for them. And if this vote goes down as no, I have let our community down. Because we have not got to a consensus here. And I'm asking for you, people at this dais, to see things in a black perspective. A lot of you who have been elected, you can read numbers just as well as I can. And the majority of this next election, you'll probably get reelected with hands down. You don't have to take money from organizations that try to tell you what to do. If you vote no to this today, to me, it says you do not support the community of color. It says to me that you don't support the black and the brown community that undoubtedly has a target on their back. It says to me that you rather support the POA than the community. It says to me that you don't believe that there is a true racial issue in the city of Fort Worth. It is clear on its face that we have a problem. And talking about it is not fixing it. We have to be about it. Saying no tonight is a clear message that you do not support the Atatiana family, Jackie Craig family, showing up to galas and going to Como Parade does not give you the ability to say you represent black folks and you care about them, that you want to be a part of that community. Voting for this means you should say yes if that is true. I made it my business to be a council person for all people. And it looks like I have to represent black folks in 7, 3, 4, and everywhere else. It shouldn't be like that. When we came to this council over 16 months ago, the mayor and the council had this atmosphere of let's get to a consensus. Let's not be a divided council. Where is the consensus at today? Where is that same consensus of when we voted on the changing of the lines? Where is that today? You know why it's not here? Because what you see tonight is R versus D. Republicans versus Democrats. People who care and people who don't. I had my time, you had your time to speak, and it's my time to speak. We will have order in the chambers.
I gotta have.
We will have
I gotta
order in the
have
chamber.
order. I gotta have order. I gotta have order. Mike, you gotta have order. Let's let him finish. We gotta have order. We gotta have order.
I'm
Thank you.
talking to my council. And I have listened.
Mike, you gotta have order, please. Just let him finish, and we'll keep going. Go ahead, Chris.
Said on numerous occasions that we support the police department, but we want accountability. And today, that is what this vote is about. That is why we have brought it up. And I understand what hurts the most is truth. And that's what you have heard today. Thank you.
I'm proud of you too. I'm real proud of you. It's not easy taking something that you know might not pass. But I appreciate your conviction, and I appreciate your words tonight. So I got up real early this morning, earlier than I normally get up, because this has been on my heart. And what has been on my heart is that I am angry. And there are things that I want to say on this dais to people sitting on this dais with me that, quite frankly, aren't appropriate for this dais, because I'm disappointed. I don't know what it's like to be brown or black, but I know what it's like to accept someone when they tell me their truth. And I know that our city didn't have a problem, but still has a problem that we're wrestling with. And I think that's real evident by what you've heard tonight, not just from my colleague, but from all of you who came here tonight to speak your piece, whether it be for or against it. What was very clear to me in this room is that there is, without question, still a divide in our city. The Race and Culture Task Force was a response to Jackie Craig. But it was not a response to just Jackie Craig. Just Jackie Craig did not happen in a vacuum. We did not decide that we were going to spend almost 2 years and thousands of hours, whether it be staff time or community support, to undertake this because of one police incident that went wrong. It was the result of systemic issues in this city. And the Race and Culture Task Force did not say, we're going to look at policing and we are going to fix policing in Fort Worth. The Race and Culture Task Force looked at everything because the best disinfectant is sunshine. And that was the goal of this task force, was to be the sunshine that the city needed. And it is our job to make sure that we're applying that disinfectant, that we're opening up those curtains, and that we're letting the sunshine in. I respect the work of that task force, and I respect the work of the people that put their time and their efforts into it. And they gave us recommendations. And one of the recommendations that was loud and clear was that they wanted more oversight, that there were members of this community that did not have trust in our police department. And that one of the ways that we get there is through oversight, through transparency, through accountability. In the same way that we have a code of ethics, in the same way that you look at council, in the same way that we audit other departments, people of Fort Worth, particularly historically marginalized communities, and to be specific, when we are talking about historically marginalized communities, we are talking about Black and brown people in this city, have said that our voices are not at the table. There's been a lot of discussion tonight about who was excluded from the list of people that can serve on this committee, and how their voices were being excluded. And I think that lacks the perspective of being one of those marginalized community members that tried to get to the table, that fought to get to the table, and still couldn't get there. We heard a lot about it in redistricting and about what opportunity meant. People have fought for opportunity. This board is an opportunity and should be seen as such. Oversight is Kim Neal and her office's job, and I think she does a fine job of doing that. But to make sure that we're doing the work that we need to do to repair our community, we have to take what the marginalized communities tell us as their reality at face value. We don't get to replace it for them. Standing up this board takes life experience at face value. And it says, we hear you and we see you, and we will actively work to right the wrongs of our community. And I want to say that I think that our police department has come a long way, but we still have miles and miles to go. And that takes work, and that takes trust, and that takes the community. And this is a really great opportunity to start that path. I appreciate the work that's already been done, and I think we can see that in the way our CCPD budget has been changed and funded. But we know that we're not done. We got an expert panel report that said we still have a lot of work to go. We have a police oversight monitor that has recommended that we establish this board. And so to me, I will be supporting you in this vote, Chris, and everyone in this room that I'm looking at that asked me and my colleagues to take their personal experience at face value, to believe them. And I would strongly urge my colleagues to do the same. This isn't about what everyone wants, and I've heard that a lot, that, well, not everybody wants it. And you're right, not everybody wanted me. I got a little over 60% of my vote. Not everybody wanted Chris, not everybody wanted Leonard or Jared or Maddie or Gina or Alan or Michael or Carlos. Not everybody wanted us, but we're still sitting here. Not the whole city didn't want a 50-meter lap lanes. About 100 residents got together and got loud, and we found $3.5 million in the budget to give them that. You had a couple fussy constituents bend the ear of some folks on this dais, some wealthy white women, and now we're talking about what we can do to change aquatic plans. But we didn't say, I trust Richard Zavala and his aquatics plan. We gave in. We said, well, maybe we should have that conversation. That took one person. So how many people does it take? How many people of color does it take for us to listen? And for me, that threshold has been met. Thank you.
Councilmember Firestone.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll just be fairly brief here and cover a couple things. But, I think I was worried, honestly, that the work of OPM would not be recognized in as significant way as I think it has ended up coming up tonight. Because I do think ultimately the work of the Office of Police Oversight Monitor and this oversight committee that we're talking about is very redundant. At its core, it's redundant. And, you just look at the ordinance, you look at the website of the Oversight Monitor, where their stated mission is, our vision is for the office, is for it to be a proactive leader in law enforcement and accountability to the Fort Worth Police Department and the population it serves. And the tenets of that are review policies and procedures, monitor contacts and complaint investigations, oversight and accountability, community engagement. And again, I won't go through it all this evening, but I would encourage people to go to their website and see the detail of the progress that they've made
with the police force and the change agent that they've become with the Fort Worth Police Department and our community. They have been a change agent for the better, for the better. And again, their successes are listed on the website in their, I think, their annual report. So I think those accomplishments really do clearly evidence that the work that we're talking about this evening with this committee, again, is duplicative. The OPOM has worked very well under Kim Neal's leadership. She's extraordinary. And I think it's critical that we find a strong leader to fill her shoes, which will be difficult, but somebody that's going to continue to do that work. Additionally, I mentioned it last week, and I do think it's an important point, again, to recognize, because it's significant and acts as a change agent for the better. And I think it's in the monies that we've dedicated for this coming year's budget, which all in specifically in things that we are doing as a city and city leadership and as a police department to improve things as best we can. We're dedicating about $32 million to that project or to this effort. CCPD is getting about $10 million for 43 programs. There's about $4.4 million from ARPA dedicated specifically to grassroots organizations and working with those people in the communities and neighborhoods that will have the most impact in those areas and giving them the dollars to be successful. We have about more than $500,000 in community relations, $15 million to support our neighborhood patrol program and those officers, $1.5 million to the civilian response unit, and about $230 in community information program, $1.3 million to the Code Blue program. You know, my point would be that if we look back at the tail of the tape from the Race and Culture Task Force to OPM to the dollars that we're dedicating to these real needs that we recognize, absolutely, and no one would debate that, is that there's a culture change going on in Fort Worth. There's a culture change going on at the police department, all for the better, all in transparency and creating accountability for everyone. And when there's a problem, as the chief said, he clearly acts quickly. And I think that can't be ignored. So I think it's about culture, it's about a change agent and having city leadership, police leadership that are encouraging and wanting a change agent. And that's what we're experiencing. And that's happened dramatically so, over the last 4 years. It wasn't always that way, for sure. Everyone's going to recognize that. But we are addressing problems now when we are the leadership that can insert ourselves in that process. So just a couple other quick things. You know, the vast majority of the District 7 constituents that I've talked to, we've heard from, the consensus that I'm getting is, and their belief is that by effectively placing an observer on the backs of our officers and an observer whose mission is in fact to find fault, that will put our officers at risk and consequently our citizens at risk. I think it's the safety of all will be at risk because of the causation we're going to create here, right? So put simply, for fear of retribution, officers may not act. That's a scary thing to think about. And it certainly makes our community less safe. And you know, we can't ignore the fact that there are, unfortunately, many cities around the country that have recently experienced this reality. Those policies have created less safe cities. What does that do? Obviously, it influences crime, it influences quality of life, and ultimately, it leads to the demise of a city from an economic development and business standpoint. So, the last thing I want to mention is, because it's come up a number of times, is this issue about accountability. And I think it's, again, important to note that one of the core tenets of this contemplated committee is just that, accountability. So it needs to be stated that there are multiple layers of accountability in and around the police department. It's department management, it's the police department website. You can file an anonymous complaint. You have internal affairs, you have command staff. Ultimately, you have Chief Noakes. Of course, there's OPM, and of course, everyone on this dais is equally accountable. We, by definition, are accountable for those that we're managing. So, at the end of the day here, to be frank, I agree with Ms. Opal Lee. The chief is doing a good job, and he deserves a chance to right the ship. I think that's pretty dramatic from an iconic person in the community. So in considering all these aspects through the lens of public safety and proactive city leadership for the benefit of all our citizens, I think this ordinance will do more harm than good, and that's why I cannot support it. Thank you.
Dr. Williams?
Thank you, Mayor. First, I just want to talk to my classmate and brother. Councilman Nettles, thank you for the work on this. There was many times you tried to get this on the agenda for the past year and a half. And you were patient and you tried to work with us as a council and with staff. And so we're here, and thank you for your work. And I gave the second because I support this wholeheartedly. Section 15 of our charter says power to appoint boards or commissions of citizens. The city council may, at the request of the city manager or upon their own motion, appoint boards or commissions to be composed of such number of citizens as the council may deem expedient to act in an advisory capacity in conjunction with any one or more of the departments created or authorized hereby. The reason that this board is exclusively for residents is because we wanted to create a table for residents to be able to give their voice in an advisory nature to multiple departments, including the police department, OPOM, and even our legal department. In my neighborhood and the neighborhoods in District 6, I talk to thousands of folks, and oftentimes I like to walk door to door to do that. And what I hear reminds me, especially when we talk about public safety as a district, of a table that's sitting in my house. When I was growing up in Southwest Fort Worth, my mom, who was a second grade teacher, my dad, who is a Black pastor, had a dining room table. And we never had a dining room big enough for us to put the leaf in the middle of the table. And my mom, in my Black household, she would yell at me for sitting at that table because it was meant for the china. And anytime y'all get that later. And very rarely will we sit at the table, that table at least, but for Thanksgiving, Christmas, Easter, Mother's Day, and Father's Day, and occasionally somebody's birthday, not everybody's. But what that leaf reminded me of is that our work as a city, as your leaders, as your representatives, is about extending the table for more people to give input. The thousands of doors that I knocked, yes, you're absolutely right. We support our police. Chief, this council voted unanimously on the largest budget that PD was ever given in the history of the city of Fort Worth, regardless to what the mailer said. And you know why? Because we need the police in our city. It's a crucial service of the city. And the thousands of doors that I knocked and got to talk with neighbors, I was just in the neighborhood knocking for the Arbor family so that we can get a memorial in Risinger to honor the Arbor family. And you know who was first on scene? MPO Officer Hayes, late at night. And yet, when I talk to my neighbors, they say, we want to say, and we want to sit at the table. And that's what this ordinance does. The reason this provision is in this charter is because our neighborhoods deserve a say. DJ, he's the Director of Development Services. There's a zoning commission board. My zoning commissioner, Dr. Mia Hall, does the very best she can. And yet, we're not required to make sure that she can work in the Development Services Department. Richard Zavala has a Parks Advisory Board, and residents get a seat at that table. And so, we are operating within the authority that the charter has given us, that has been approved by the voters of Fort Worth. And the reason this provision is in there is because the residents of Fort Worth want a say in the services that are delivered to the city. And I will always support our residents having a say 100%. This vote isn't about my trust for Chief. We give DAP the real way. We just worked on a $6 million youth gun violence initiative to address and prevent youth gun violence countywide. This vote is about, will we give our residents a say? And I emphatically say yes.
I want to say good evening to all of you who are here today. And Bob Ray, even though Lily's not here, I've been getting her text. And for those of you who don't know who Lily is, it's Lily Biggins, the former housekeeper at JPS who became the president at Harris Hospital downtown. And that's because a guy named Doug Hawthorne, the CEO of Texas Health Resources, supported diversity. He made a commitment that he wanted his hospitals to reflect the communities that they served. Chris, you took me back when you mentioned SB4. I was on this council. I voted for SB4. I knew it was a losing vote, but I always stand for my convictions. And for those of you who don't follow things regularly, you'll know from last week, my conviction was to support this ordinance. I have not wavered. Dr. Bell, I want to thank you for inviting me to participate in that Saturday call and allowing me to leave early because I had to go to the evil city to the east. But you had me on there, and I want to say thank you. And I think more people who don't really talk to me found out some things about me that they didn't know. Ms. Young, Pamela, not only do I still thank you for having me at the 100-year-old aunt grandmother celebration, but thank you for inviting me to participate in that Zoom call. And I got a chance to meet the young lady next to you, and it's good to see somebody as short as me. I want to tell you all one more thing, and then I'll get into my remarks. There are 3 men who may be here tonight. If I call your names and you're here, I want you to stand. One is DJ Harrell. Is DJ here? Stand up. One is Reginald Zeno. Where is William? William Johnson. What you all don't know is when I came to this council and we hired David Cook, twice a year I would ask him to give me a report on the top 3 positions in every department. And the reason why is because I was driving for diversity. And I knew if I got that director, the assistant director, and that top manager, we would see diversity. These 3 men hold very high positions with the city of Fort Worth, and we've never had that many at the same time. Thank you for standing. You can have a seat. Diversity is very important. That's how I make my living, taking a look at diversity. As Mayor Pro Tem, I know that I was one of the first David Cook notified that Kim Neal had tendered her resignation. Kim, when you told me, I couldn't tell you I already knew, but I did. But personnel matters are supposed to be confidential. But the very first question I asked David, and David, you'll remember this, I asked you, when is she leaving? And when he told me, my next comment was, we gotta get this vote done. Gotta get the vote in before Kim leaves, because we would lose intellectual property and debt. And at that table last week, that was proven when one of my colleagues posed a question about the standards that we were putting in this ordinance. But for Kim's presence, we could have been delayed even more because she knew and told us, well, that's really not required in boards and commissions. And so thank you for being there. Now, what has really gotten me confused, and I forgot, Pastor Bell, thank you for the 1:10 or 1:11 a.m. talk this morning, because I was in a bad kind of way as well. But what has gotten me confused, this chief is so popular, he has another group of Black clergy who are advocating for delaying or not even doing this. And that shows that the African American community is not just one big way of thinking. But what you need to know is, one thing we all know is that disparities remain. When I make a call to my baby brother and I don't get him, I worry. I have worries that nobody has unless you're a person of color, because my baby brother has a history. And if anything happens and someone with the history gets stopped, it can go downhill very quickly. And so those are issues that bother me. Now, one thing you need to know is we knew last week that this would not pass. But one thing all of my colleagues will tell you is I don't fall out with them because they don't vote the way I vote. You know, I live to work another day. We're just trying to get around the table and get some ideas that we can bring people together. One thing that happened to me today, I introduced former Congressman Pete Guerin to is it called the Baptist Ministers Union, Pastor Bell? Yeah. Okay. I introduced Pete to that group because he's talking about education, reading, and how children all over the city are not reading at grade level, but they don't know it. The parents don't know that things are not good because the kids keep getting promoted. And so before we were able to really talk, one of the ministers of that group pulled me to the side to tell me why he was supporting that we not approve this tonight. And so one reason why was because he felt Chief Noakes needed to have a right to appoint who he wanted on that board. Before I could respond, another pastor there who had been a former city department head a long time ago said, well, no, it doesn't work that way. And so what we have are people crossing over from political engagement into governance. And if you don't understand the difference, you can think you understand something and you really don't. And so luckily, this former department head said, well, man, you got to understand, if this body goes through and it's created, the chief will have presence at every meeting they have. He will probably staff it. And so the response was from that pastor, oh, I didn't know that. The next conversation led to basically why it's needed. And I reminded him, for nearly 2 years, Bob Ray, Lily Biggins, Rabbi Bloom, probably Tim Moody, I don't remember everybody, but the Race and Culture Task Force met for nearly 2 years. And that, whether people know it or not, who was really working feverishly to make that happen, and I loved her from then forward, was our mayor, because she saw the need. So they met, and what people may not really know if you didn't follow it, from there another group was formed. And that group came up with the idea of how this committee would function. And so back to the preachers today, the idea that the chief wouldn't have a voice really bothered one of these pastors. And we explained to him, well, every board and commission that the city has is staffed by a department head. And there was no need to make any kind of changes in the way we operate, but there would be a voice, there would be presence. What I would tell you is the rub in this for many people, people of color, I'll be just point blank, is the fact that all along we, including me, really thought this board, this commission, this committee, whatever you want to call it, we thought this was really going to happen. Because we always heard from the people on that board, I mean, people, very conservative people, asking, when are you going to do this? And all of a sudden to have the rug pulled out, it just takes you back to a place where it's just not a real good, safe place. But, people will overcome. People who come from communities that are not totally respected, uplifted, are brilliantly resilient. But that's because we have to be. It's not because you enjoy always the fight. But no matter what the outcome is tonight, I'm going to still work with my colleagues. I encourage all of us to continue working together, but you need to know this wasn't right. And so the text from Lily tonight is, it makes no sense for this not to pass. But I told her, I said, well, here we are. And here we are, Fort Worth, once again. So I salute those of you who are here tonight. Glad to see you. Glad for those of you who remained. Some people left in a huff, but Fort Worth will get through it. But the right thing to do is in front of you. And again, votes aren't there, but it's the right thing to do. My opinion. Those are my remarks. Thank you.
Lots been said this evening. We've been here quite a while. I want to thank everybody that came and spoke tonight. Everyone obviously very passionate and cares about this issue. It's obvious that we have a lot of healing to do still, that there's a lot of pain, and we have to find ways forward. I sincerely hope we get there. Chief, I want to thank you for your words today and your willingness to work on this issue. Kim, I want to thank you for everything you've done. You've been incredible for this city, and I hate seeing you go. Chris, you've been a profile in courage this evening. I have incredible respect for you. For me, I want to see healing. I want to see things get better. I want to see everyone at the table. I don't agree with this structure for the table. That doesn't mean we can't get there. But that's where I am right now. And I want to thank you all, and I want to hope that we continue to work together as a city to make this better.
Michael?
Thanks, Mayor. I'm going to try and be brief and try and be coherent, but y'all, I'm tired. I know y'all are tired too. I know some of y'all are tired for far longer than just this meeting, and I recognize that. But this process has just been clunky. I made some notes here. There's been no general consensus, even from speakers, et cetera, what we've heard of what it should look like. This has been rushed, and it's been hurried, in my opinion, in a lot of different ways, even though I know people have said we've been waiting a long time. But in this process, that's no way to make policy. And so, Kim, I want to say thank you to you, what you brought to the city of Fort Worth. You've done yeoman's work by taking lots of voices and opinions and trying to come to something. And again, I asked you over the meetings that we've had and calls that we've had, are you not getting what you need to make sure that we're moving our policy forward for all of our citizens? And again, you've said, I'm getting what I need, et cetera. And I made a commitment, if you weren't, then let's talk and see how it can help. I'm sorry to be losing you. I know you're excited to be moving back or moving home. But I'll say this period right now without leadership with you makes it even more difficult, because I know that what happens next is people are like, when are we going to do something? When are we going to do something? And we've still got a process to hire a new police monitor. So I think the timing is a little off, as Mayor Pro Tem talked about as well. We keep talking about the table and coming to the table, and Chris, it really hurts my heart when you say my vote is whether I support or not support communities of color. Because I think you know where my heart is. We spend enough time together. But what I do believe in is the city overall. And I'm proud of Fort Worth sometimes that we don't jump out and do the first thing every other city does, that we take somewhat of a measured approach. And what I heard tonight on a lot of different ways is the time that we might need, and give the chief a little bit of time. Chief, I have a question for you, actually. Will you mind coming down here really quickly? I won't belabor this, and I'll ask it as you're walking up. I know back in 2019, and I had a conversation with someone who was on it, the advisory committee that you had was disbanded. It was after Chief Fitzgerald left, Kraus, et cetera. But is it your intention to reconstitute that board? Will you take suggestions from us, or how will that process sort of work, that that wants a voice at that table is left out of the table?
When I say collaboration, I mean collaboration from everyone, including everyone at this dais and every community we serve in Fort Worth. It'll be a long process to get all the voices involved, but we plan on doing the best we can to make it happen as quickly as possible.
I mean, you've heard from a lot of voices here tonight. There's been a lot of talk about this. So I am putting some belief in you, because I believe in you and our police department, that you bring those voices to the table, you take the recommendations from us of people that we want to see there, people, a lot of them in the audience, and that collaboration and sort of working together. And so with that, that's where I am with this, is that I want to give you that opportunity to bring all those together and work together to make our city better.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you.
I think Dr. Williams may have a question for Chief Noakes.
Chief, 1 second. And DJ, can you come down for a second? Sorry to put you on the spot. Yes, sir. DJ, I trust you 1,000%. If this council decided to make the zoning commission under your purview as an advisory committee, would you support that recommendation? Okay. That's all.
Did you have any other comments, Michael? No? Okay. Carlos?
Thank you, Mayor. I want to say thank you to everyone that stuck with us this long evening on a very important and impactful topic. It's consumed me, and I know probably several of our council members here's time, not just recently, but over time as well. Needless to say, our city is growing in size, changing in diversity, and in a changing environment, so does our police department have to adapt. Have I seen evidence of that? Yes, I've seen some positive indicators. As an example, our recruiting efforts to recruit more diverse recruits to reflect, respond, and relate to all residents. Why do we do that? Not just to check a box, but to increase public trust. Specialized training like de-escalation, civilian response units are among some of the recent changes that have been implemented in response, not a reaction, in response to community needs. Chris, what you said, resonated with me. Yes, I have never walked in your shoes. You have never walked in mine, but you and I have walked some similar paths. I've never said this publicly, but I have shared this with you, Chief Noakes, that when I was a teenager, I was profiled and harassed by a Fort Worth police officer. Not an enjoyable experience, completely unfair. Now, what did I do with that experience? Me, personally, I didn't let it define me in a negative way. I lived my life not under that lens, but under my terms. That was my takeaway from it. Looking back, has the department improved? Yes. Do we have work to do? Absolutely. And that's evidenced by the expert panel report that we received, commissioned by the city. We have much ground to cover still. Chief Noakes has acknowledged that during, our questions to him in work sessions. Necessary change is happening, and that was another takeaway from these experts. It is happening. As has been said before, we've established the Office of Police Oversight and Monitor. As a city, we continue to do this because disparities exist. We live in an imperfect world, people. It'll never be perfect. All we can do is strive to improve it. Kim Neal, a nod to her, has done a lot of good work. As has been said, I regret that you're leaving and going back home to Baltimore. I think it needs to be said too, why? Because you have been offered an opportunity to go home, and I respect that. But why? Because they want you over there to establish what you've established here. And that's a testament to the effectiveness of what office you created here. As written, this proposal for Community Police Policy Advisory Board, as it's currently named, needs more work and more time, in my opinion. To be clear, I support having increased accountability, transparency, oversight, civilian advisory, review, input, all that. Again, this is an imperfect ordinance as written, and in my opinion, it was rushed into consideration because of some urgency here. I'm not saying that urgency was misplaced. All I'm saying is the process was hurried. I can back that up by saying in my outreach, which just did not occur recently, to members of my district, residents, organizations of neighborhoods, faith-based leaders, the majority didn't even know what was going on. That troubled me. Unaware. I don't expect people to know every single agenda item on, in front of us every given week, but this is an important one. And as such, it bothered me that they didn't know. And I spent the greater amount of time once I began to discover this, explaining to them what was going on, what was being considered. It's important to engage people. It's important that they know what their city government is doing. No one can do it for them. Engagement is hard, no matter how you set it up. It's incumbent upon us to remain engaged. Many of you here that are still with us tonight is a testament unto itself that you are engaged. You choose to be involved, and I respect that. I've spoken to members of the Race and Culture Task Force, former members, also the Mutual Accountability Work Group. I don't make decisions in a vacuum. Those that know me know that. Those that don't, ask someone who knows me. It is critical for us to get this right and not rush into it. I realize that there is some sense of urgency because Kim is leaving. While I'm cognizant of that, I don't want a bad product being produced. In my district, I have a historical African-American community. They're part of District 2, but beyond that, many of them are lifelong friends. Why? We grew up together. The course of time living in the same area, has bound us. So I can appreciate part of their experience, and I hope they can appreciate part of mine. As a leader of his department, Neil Noakes does not merely give orders and expect they be followed. I mean, there is that expectation, but what is born of people abiding by what he says is respect. If he doesn't command respect, no one's going to pay any attention to his authority, at least bare minimum. Not just according to my, opinion, but he has provided leadership. He has set the example and tone that we need. And as said before, and I'll repeat it, Opal Lee said it best. Chief Noakes needs the opportunity to clean his house. And we all acknowledge that there is cleaning needed. I have observed, and you can go to my council page, when an officer is disciplined, when an officer is terminated, I post it. I want people to know that there is internal accountability. Why is that important? Accountability is not something that is just exerted on a system or a body. That's not lasting. You have to have internal accountability, inner and outer. So wrap up, my comments. I think this ordinance is not ready. There are provisions of it that I'm not even sure adequately address or serve what collectively we would like to see. I can give, just sitting here on the dais, a read and make, I don't know if this would wind up being a substitute motion. I would, to start with, remove 2/3 vote of the council, that requirement to remove a member of the CPPAB. Why is that important? We are the duly elected officials. We are a representative form of government. We're put in this place to represent you, to represent as many folks as we can. Practically, we are not going to get everyone on board with every single action we do. Impossible. I would allow the participation of current law enforcement officers of any jurisdiction, former and current, and consanguinity and affinity also permitted. Why? They're members of our community too. not just mere subject matter experts, members of our community. I am torn on the felony prescriptions as written. I can see it both ways. Again, sitting up here in the dais is not ideal. Bottom line, my substitute motion would be to make this right, you have to revisit it, and not just sitting up here. Those are my comments.
So for clarity's sake, Carlos, do you have an alternative motion on the floor? I did understand the two things you were referring to on the 2/3 vote and allowing participation of police officers and family members.
Yeah, well, I listed 3, Mayor.
The third was felonies, but I didn't get
Yeah, to
a,
remove the felony prescriptions as written.
so you would not want someone to be allowed to serve if they have a
Correct.
felony on their record? It's, yeah, so as written is okay with you, just to be clear?
No.
No.
In the copy that I've received, I see it, unless maybe I'm not looking at the most current copy.
So I'll have Leanne speak to that in just a minute, but are you proposing an alternative motion to what Chris has on the floor, removing language from the current proposal?
Right now, in my read, as I sit here, those are things that come out at me.
Okay.
My alternative motion is this needs more time, it needs to be revisited, but if there is, and what I'm reading here, is a desire to push this through, then I would put those things on there, those 3 things. I did.
So I think the key thing here is, do you want a motion to continue? And with the caveat that these things would be considered in a continuance, or are you making a motion for these items to be removed from the current ordinance?
I'm making a motion to have those items removed.
Okay. I think Chris also had a question. Go ahead, Chris. Go ahead, Chris.
Okay. Can I, well, I do have something to say. I got asked 2 questions, but I'm trying to get an understanding on what just happened.
I think he's got an alternative motion on the floor, which we'll have legal draft something in a second to make that more clear. However, it's the 2/3 vote removal would be taken out of the ordinance. And the second piece we would allow police participation, or officers of families to be able to participate.
Police or police officer families, or both?
Yes, or both. So in other words, there's not an exclusion,
Current
correct?
and former,
Current and
allow
former.
them to serve,
Okay, okay,
including family.
okay. Let me ask a question while legal is working on that. I'm sorry. Kim Neal, would you please come? We have heard so much about you tonight, and I think people need to be able to see you. And while she's coming, I want to, David asked me not to do this, but this is a different question. So Dave, I got a question for you. This mic is janky.
Rigged. His mic, I don't
Check.
hear him.
Okay. David Cook, in hiring Kim Neal and as the officer monitor and serving in this role, is she considered as an expert over this oversight?
She's one of the experts in the entire country.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, say it. She's an expert.
I would put her in the expert category in the entire country. Yes, we recruit her nationally.
Thank you, David. So we consider her as an expert nationally, not citywide, national. We heard a couple of things, several things tonight, and I've got a few questions for you. One, we heard the word rushed. Can you briefly tell us how long have you been working with the previous council, new council, and the working group? How much work have you put into this?
Working. March of 2020, been working since day one. We had several community groups that came to the mayor and to the council and put forth proposals as it related to a civilian review board. And so we have been talking about it since that time. In December of 2020, we came to council after a conversation with the police department, a collaboration with the police department, of which we recognized that the police advisory group had been postponed as of summer of 2019. And I worked with the then chief and one of the assistant chiefs to look at taking that same concept and basically moving it to the community side, where the council or whomever the work group chose, which the work group ultimately chose the council, would choose community members to sit on that advisory group. So it was always a collaboration with police and the law department to move this forward. So that was December 2020. That group started meeting. The first meeting was December 31st, New Year's Eve. And we met continuously for 7-8 months to come up with the proposal in 21, which I brought to the council in September of 21. So it's been the same proposal that entire time.
Okay, so you didn't go to sleep one night, wake up and say, we should have, well, let me ask this question. What is your recommendation for this council? Should it establish a citizens review board?
So the first thing I want to say is that the proposal was one that was done by the work group,
Okay.
right? And the work group is composed of community members. I didn't want it to be my office that proposed it, the police department that proposed it, the law department that proposed it. We were all at the table as subject matter experts, but it was the community group, the working group, we called it the Mutual Accountability Working Group, that proposed this. Now, what I've heard from community members overwhelmingly, and particularly from our marginalized communities, is that they are happy with our office, but they want a community group review board because they feel like we are still working for the government. And so they feel like this community group will represent the citizens' concerns more, and I won't say more objectively, but they will hear the citizens because they actually live in those communities in which those citizens are coming from. And so I think that's a valid request. I think that we continue to make recommendations to the police department as it relates to policies and procedures, but the community group can definitely accent the process. They can allow community members to feel like they have even another voice through this group. And also, we always talk about it in a negative sense. This community group can also be a voice for the police as it relates to policies and procedures of the police department. So if, for example, and I use this example, and I've used this example with several of you, when we had the unfortunate death of Mr. George Floyd, the concern across the country was about duty to intervene and whether Fort Worth Police Department had that policy on the books. And many people didn't know if it did or not. And so, of course, Fort Worth Police did have that policy on the books. And so we spent an enormous amount of time doing community engagements throughout Fort Worth, talking about what happened, but also informing the community of that policy. Well, I think it would be great to have this group that would look at that type of policy and be able to say, they could also make recommendations, but be able to say to the communities that they represent, the Fort Worth Police Department has great policies as it relates to intervening. So we look at it, you know, so many times people look at it as a negative light, but it absolutely could be a positive light, and it could help bridge that gap that some of our marginalized communities have with the police department.
Thank you. You said that so eloquently. And I want to say that I heard you say that it just wasn't your idea alone. It was a consensus between the departments and the working group who are made up of the city as a whole, not just Black folks, not just it was a group of people.
No, it was a diverse group.
It was a diverse group.
Absolutely.
And so this board being established, if we take the Jefferson and it being a wellness check, and if we look on the books of how our general order of how we treat wellness checks as police officers, this board can look and say, if we have a policy or if we don't have a policy, we can create a policy that basically says, if you come out on a wellness check, that you go to the front door, you knock, you announce yourself, you call your supervisor before you enter the property on the wellness check. Can this type of board recommend that type of policy to be in place?
Yes, it absolutely could recommend that policy to the police department, but the idea is that it's still collaborative.
Correct.
Right? So it's not, it's the board, but also the police, law department, our department would be there as subject matter experts to assist this board with what they need as it relates to information. So it's a collaboration. It's not just this group against the board. And I know that before our office was created, a lot of people thought that our office would be adversarial also. It's not, civilian oversight is not meant to be adversarial. Now, I know folks talk about different forms of civilian oversight, and in some cities, chiefs feel that they're adversarial, but that's because there's different forms of civilian oversight, and this one is an advisory group. There are some civilian oversight boards that are regulatory. They have commissioners. The police chief reports to those commissioners. That's not this type of board. That's going to be an adversarial relationship. And so this board is meant to collaborate with the police department as we move forward, because everybody should have a say about the process and about the equitable treatment of community members across the city of Fort Worth.
I heard you say that this board will have the opportunity to hear from experts. And so they just won't just be making a decision off opinion. Wow, I wish you not leave.
Go ahead, Gina.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. The question I have for you pertains to that, you call it the working group? Is that what it's called? Okay.
Yes.
Who was or is on that working group, and is it still active?
No.
Who was on it?
Yeah, once we finalized the proposal, the working group was finished with. The working group, of course, some of the members are here tonight, so it was United Fort Worth, or TCCO, sometimes I miss the extra C, NAACP, LULAC, Hispanic Women's Network, a member of the LGBTQ community perspective was represented, and Esher Tucker served as our moderator.
Was anybody from the police department there?
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry, and also Dr. Cedric Belcher from the faith-based community. The police department was there, both an assistant chief, a deputy chief, as well as their policy guru, the person who runs their policy department in the police department. And she's a civilian, she's not a sworn officer, but she was there as well. And then we also had legal. At the time, it was Sarah as our city attorney, as well as Letitia, and myself representing the police monitor's office.
Was there any opposition to this ordinance from anybody on that group?
Well, the ordinance wasn't created yet because they were coming up with a recommendation. So what we did was, under the guidance of Mr. Tucker, we did the consensus building exercise, and we reached consensus on the various issues that you see in the ordinance. Some things have been placed in there by legal as a result of the ordinances that have been created in the past for other boards to make the language consistent. But as it relates to the membership, as it relates to who appoints, as it relates to the name, those things were reached through consensus building by the work group.
Final question to you. The ordinance before us, developed by consensus from that working group, you're telling us that there was no opposition to what you now see as the final product. Is that what you're telling me?
Yes, there was no opposition. There are some things that some members wanted to also include as a part of the recommendation. For example, one of the things I pointed out in the presentation to this council was the idea of whether a person could have a felony or not, and what type of felony. And so the working group couldn't come to a consensus on that. It wasn't that they felt one way or the other about it. It was that they couldn't come to a consensus. So that was one of the things that they thought that the council could work out, because we just couldn't reach consensus on that.
My closing commentary on that, and thank you, is I told the body last week that I felt this could be a template that we could take around the nation to show because of the way Fort Worth does things. And because of the efforts that this chief has demonstrated toward embracing diversity, I see it as something that could work. Now, even though Carlos made that substitute motion, we don't know who's going to vote for it and who's not. But I'm thankful because it does, Carlos, I'm talking about you, it does open the door for this kind of conversation. And so thank you to my colleague for bringing that up. And Chris, thank you for bringing Miss departing Neal, to the podium.
And it has reached national news. It has already been posted across this country by the various civilian oversight agencies, so they are watching.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
I think Dr. Williams, you had a question.
Yeah, I want to call, Kim, thank you so much. That was really helpful. DJ, I want to call him back to clarify the record before we keep moving forward. And thank you, Carlos, for facilitating the dialogue with your amendments. DJ, while you're walking down, I'll clarify that question. The reason I'm asking it is just for process. But the question was, if the council decommissioned the zoning commission for the sake of allowing that commission to exist as an advisory committee under your department, would you be supportive of that recommendation?
No, sir, and I apologize for misunderstanding the question earlier.
Yes, sir. Would you explain a little bit why from your expertise? And there's a reason for this. I want to get us out of the context of this advisory board and put us in a different context of a similar board.
Right. So the Planning and Zoning Commission are both advisory boards to City Council, right? And my department and my staff act as also advisors to City Council and secretaries for those boards in order to facilitate you guys making an ultimate zoning or policy decision. And so that's the way, it works in most cities.
Right, thank you for that. I think that's important context, and I'll leave it at that. But it's important to know the difference between committees and advisory bodies to the council. Ultimately, we're responsible for holding the city manager accountable in the city governance structure, which ultimately holds the police accountable, and accountability is not bad. I get held accountable at the Tarrant Area Food Bank every day, and I love it because it makes me better. I think our city staff, we have a culture of, calling each other in and out in a loving way to make sure that our city is getting better at delivering services. So thank you, DJ, for clarifying that.
Carlos, did you have something? Go ahead. Okay.
I think I understand what you're saying, Councilmember Williams. The difference obviously between zoning and this is that there's a lot of statutory requirements around the zoning commission, and this is something that you all are creating on your own action. Yeah, so it's a little bit different.
It definitely is, and so is Parks Advisor. There's definitely nuances to it, but at the core, it still fulfills Section 15 of the charter, which says that the council has the authority to authorize boards and commissions to advise among core city functions.
All right. Yeah, and I appreciate the comments being said here. Kim, I appreciate that too. What I was referring to when I was saying that the product in front of us was not presented as a completed product, that's the reference from the point of time that we started seeing it. What troubles me again, and I'll repeat it, is that even though I know that there were efforts to try to do outreach in the community through the survey link, and I posted that link on my council page. Again, not many people knew about it, right? Those that participated, that's good. But when I get, and again, the majority of people in my district not knowing about it, that troubles me. And I'm gonna go back to my comment about not enough time. That's at the center of my concern. Right now, we're having a discussion on the dais. There were amendments proposed to us as recent as this weekend, some of which I just found out about But today, we had no work session, so there was no opportunity to talk about it as a council. Procedurally, that bothers me. With that said, I don't know if I need to go back, Leanne, maybe I'll need your legal advice to clarify what it is I'm saying, because I'm pointing out two things here, right? While I am willing to look at this document and look at it piece by piece and see if there are changes that can be made that this council could consider, I'm reluctant to do this sitting up on the dais. We're having an active conversation, okay? Now, procedurally, and I'm not an attorney, tell me, do I need to offer clarification on, my substitute motion? Because I was making observations, I was asked, well, is that a substitute motion? I tried to put it to words, so to clarify that, what do I need to do?
So we wrote down on your substitute motion that you wanted to remove the 2/3 vote requirement for removal of the members. So I think the clarification that we would need for that one is, do you want to then change it to have the members serve at the pleasure of council? Or do you simply want it to be a majority vote to remove the member?
Okay.
So that would be one clarification. And then another clarification would be, when you're talking about allowing current law enforcement and family, would that also include city employees? Because there's a current prohibition against allowing city employees. So are you trying to encompass our police department or just potentially outside police departments?
I see.
So that's another
Yeah.
clarification.
I had not thought of that.
Yeah.
That's a good distinction.
And then the felony restriction, I wasn't real clear on what, I tried to write that down, but I wasn't really clear on what you were asking for. So currently, the ordinance states that a member can not have been finally convicted of a felony, or if they are a convicted felon, that the felony has been overturned at the appellate level or fully pardoned. So there's options there that you could do if you wanted to remove that as a requirement. You could soften that to allow felons to serve if they've been discharged from the provisions of, whatever it is, incarceration, probation, or parole. I'm not sure if you would want them to serve if they're just currently on probation, but that's another option. So, there's different options here that I would need some clarification on in order to nail down so we could make the ordinance specific.
Okay. What I am clear on is this. I don't think we have sufficient time to look at this. And the more I'm hearing discussion going on at the dais, the more I'm thinking there are things that I have to consider, right? Speaking for myself, I'm uncomfortable with doing this deliberation on the dais. It's different from doing it in a work session. It's different from doing it that way, all right? I'll go back to what I said originally. I don't think that this is ready. I don't think that it is right. I can point to some things that I can identify off, a read right now. But there may be more. So that's where I'm at. I don't know if it's simpler to just withdraw my motion and do that, because I am struggling right now to offer sufficient clarification.
So it sounds like your motion would be, you're wanting to continue the vote and not vote on the current ordinance as written?
Sorry, point of order.
Let me just get clarification,
Sure.
then we'll get there. Yeah,
Thank you.
I'm just trying to read into what you're saying here, if that's your preference. If you're wanting to pull your motion off, we'll go through that process.
Short answer, yes.
Okay.
And I'll say why.
Okay.
All right. Listening to both Kim Neal and the chief, right? Something that opposing sides of this argument had said, right? Giving him sufficient chance to do something, and not just simply clean up his department, but to reconstitute his advisory committee. It seemed that there was purchase there. I've heard that some faith-based leaders had, some support for that. I think that's in line with giving him a chance to do just that.
So
I would just add, I know, Mayor, I know you're trying to do something. Let me just say this real quick. This is really Sasha's making us mad. I mean, Gina would say, I would say this. We want to take the vote tonight. And so you have a substitute motion on the floor that's already been seconded. If we can vote on that, or if you're going to withdraw your motion, whatever the legal process is. But I'm asking you, Carlos, not to continue this case because you got a lot of people who have sat here and it's 10:30. Let's take the vote tonight. However people vote, that's what happens.
And to be clear, that's my point of order. If the motion has been seconded, can it be withdrawn, or what's the procedure? If Leanne, could you, because
That's
you
what I
made a
was
motion and I seconded it, so I feel like we're owed a vote on
I'm going to
Councilman
defer to
Flores'.
Jeanette as your official parliamentarian.
Okay.
Well, apparently I just got promoted.
Congratulations.
Technically, since the motion was made and seconded, it can't be withdrawn because it belongs to the dais.
Okay.
And so if the council member was not comfortable with it, the way you would handle it would be to vote it down, and then you could make another motion if you wished to continue it to it. But to clarify for everyone, his motion would not be a substitute motion, if I understood, because Councilmember Nettles made the motion to approve it with a name change. You weren't opposed to the name change, correct?
Well, yeah, we hadn't voted on it.
Well, that's true. So that's that's your main motion. So Councilmember Nettles made the main motion to approve with a name change as part of his motion. And then you made an amendment to his motion to take out those items. Does that make sense?
An amendment to his motion.
Yes. Yeah. If you were making a substitute motion, it would be to deny. Because it would be completely turning around his motion.
I think Leanne has some clarification here.
Yeah, you could just vote on the withdrawal. That's in the rules of procedure.
Yes, you could vote on a withdrawal.
So if you all agree that it's withdrawn, then it'll just be withdrawn.
No, I seconded the motion because I wanted to vote.
I think that the struggle is we're not clear on what the motion is. That's the struggle.
I'm clear on what I'm voting on. And so I'm very clear on what I'm voting on.
Maybe I need you to clarify because.
So Councilman Flores made a motion to make 3 changes to remove the language to the ability of a felon with their rights restored, which legal has told us was not even in the document that you were railing against. The second one was the two-thirds vote, which you, in your motion, you said to remove that. And then to remove the prohibition of a police officer or their family member. Now, if Leanne, and so that's the motion that was seconded. I don't think that there's any ambiguity to that. I think that's pretty clear.
I would agree that's clear. I think there are just a few things otherwise in the ordinance that would have to be clarified that are currently
Right.
written, such
and
as
so my next question.
numeral 6, which is current or former city employee, which is currently in the ordinance.
And so that was my question to Leanne. Is it a standard with the city on any other board and commission? Like, is it a standard policy that current city employees cannot serve on any boards or commission? Is that in the charter, or is that anywhere in the?
For the most part, it ends up being a conflict with their job duties.
Okay.
So there have been some odd instances where that's happened, but it's very rare because it would normally be a conflict.
So this is distinction without difference. It sounds like a moot point. So the motion is 2/3 removed, and the prohibition against police officers and their family members being removed. We did discuss it in work session, that this particular issue, and there was around the table discussion about whether or not someone who was a former law enforcement officer from another city being able to serve on that commission. So I think that there has been discussion around the table about that. The motion stands. It was seconded. Let's vote.
Is that procedurally?
So yes, but it's your motion. So if I'm understanding Leanne correctly, what would you prefer? You would vote on his original motion pertaining to the 2/3 and allowing participation of police officers and families. It goes up or down. How do you handle when a council member intends to withdraw said motion? So that withdrawal would happen
Well,
when?
the council would have to approve the withdrawal, so I think that if you just vote on it as it is, that would be the next procedural thing that would be best to do.
Just voting on it up or down? Yeah. And just so I understand from the motion from the council member that's making said motion, do you support the motion that you made? And that's an honest question, right? And to know where you're coming from, because we're doing this on the fly, I want to understand your intention on that motion. So do you support the motion that you currently have on the floor?
No.
No. Okay. So you have a motion and a second, to which Councilmember Flores doesn't support the motion. So we're going to vote on that first, council, okay? Does that make sense? Go ahead, Jared.
Can I add some more discussion to this vote
Okay.
before we take the vote? I know, but Carlos, I appreciate you making amendments. We're elected to serve, to do what we're doing right now. And so if we want to make amendments, I got an expecting wife due January 11th, but I'm committed to staying until 8 a.m. So if we want to go line by line and make amendments, let's do it. Sign me up. I'll roll up my sleeves. I'll take my jacket off. As a matter of fact. Let's do it. Come on. Line by line.
I hear you, Jerry. I hear you.
I'm here, man. Let's line by line.
Yeah. Any other comments or questions? Leanne, you have your mic on. Did you have anything else
Yes.
here? No. What?
Rodney McIntosh is here, and we're still talking about it, so I think if you will allow him 3 minutes to speak, he did sign up.
Go ahead, Rodney. You snuck in. I didn't see you.
How you doing?
Good to see you.
Send me sometime.
Time started. Okay. First of all, good evening, council and members. Sorry for my tardiness, man. I found out a family member was murdered a couple of days ago. Man, and of course, doing the work I do, man, it seems like death is always around me. But I definitely had to come because there are a few things. I was just sitting at home listening. I got to hurry up. There are a few things I've heard that's kind of disturbing for me. First of all, remember when all of this first started, man, this was a big fight from so many people in this community to get this done. Man, I honor Christian Elders, man, for your consistent work. Jared Williams for your consistent work. Ms. Bivens for your consistent work in supporting the Community Oversight Board and so many other people in this community. And I definitely believe that the chief of Fort Worth Police Department is doing a great job. I wouldn't stand him. I always live by my convictions. I believe he is doing a great job. He is moving the police department forward. But I also believe that from conversation that we had, transparency is a big word that I always hear. And it sounds like to me, man, this is just another layer to that transparency that the community is asking for. And it is my prayer and my desire, man, that y'all would vote for this to happen because, man, from the onset of this, man, so many people have fought for this to take place. And now we're at this place, and to see y'all here 4 hours later, still fighting over this. Man, again, I had enough time to sit at home, talk to family members about somebody that died, and then get her to share how I feel. So, man, I think we need to move this on, definitely need to vote. And I think y'all have heard our community, right? Y'all have heard our community since 2019 about how they feel about this. Right. But what really drove me down here also, Mr. Flores, again, I'm always be honest, and I have a lot of respect for you, and you know it. But I am a convicted felon. And anytime I heard anybody in our community being pushed away from a table, not being given the opportunity to serve, then Pastor Mac have a problem. Because if we went off of your thoughts or your concept or your ideas, as much work as I've done in this city, what y'all have just said to me is that my voice no longer counts, or it doesn't matter on this board or this committee. And for me, that's frustrating. And not only is it frustrating, but it's painful. So I'm gonna ask also that y'all, if you do it, make an amendment to accept all people in this city to do this work, because all people in this city should have a voice. Thank y'all so much.
Carlos, did you have something else? Your light's still on, just making sure you don't have anything.
I didn't know it was on. I just wanted to say thank you, Pastor McIntosh. I appreciate your perspective and where you are in life. Okay, you are valued and respected.
So we have a motion on the floor to make the amendments as articulated pertaining to the 2/3 vote for removal and allowing participation of police officers and/or family members that could be included, as is currently proposed by Councilmember Flores. It was seconded by Elizabeth Beck. So what we're going to do first is vote on that motion, and then we'll figure out what we're going to do next after that. Sound like a plan? Okay. No, it's not. It's not included.
What is the alternate to a 2/3 vote? If you're not having 2/3 vote, what is the alternative?
Look, yeah. Okay. Is everybody in? Okay, Carlos, motions fail. So we still have a live motion on the floor that was Councilmember Nettles earlier, and a second, I can't remember who seconded, it was Jared Williams that seconded that motion. And we can vote on that motion on the floor unless there's any others up and down this dais. Go ahead, Carlos.
Just one question to make sure that I have it written down right. Chris, your motion was Community Police Review Board from Community Police Advisory Board? Or did I get that wrong?
What's your proposed name change, Chris?
The proposed name is Community. Let me open up my binder. Yeah.
I believe you wrote down Community Police Review Board. Which the original was Community Police Policy Advisory Board.
Correct. It lacked the word review, so I added review in.
But took out
Policy
advisory.
If I add policy and advisory, would you support it, Carlos?
I'm just trying to clarify what you submitted, Chris.
Right, that's what let me amend my motion.
Yeah, we can't do that. So we've already second. So we go through the same thing again. You could vote your own motion down, then do it again.
I'm not voting mine down.
Okay. So motion stands on the floor. Okay.
No.
Before we vote, yeah. No. No, we just went through that. No.
Can another council member make amendments to that motion?
No. No. We could vote it down just like we did with Carlos. You could have another motion at that point, but. Okay. So I'm going to say a few things for a second. And if we stay one more hour, y'all can ring in my 39th birthday with me. It's tomorrow, it's not at midnight, I turned 39. So I have a feeling, even if we vote on tonight's motion, this discussion is not over and it shouldn't be. I think this issue will come back to this council and we have a responsibility to keep having this discussion. And it's incredibly important right now because we are losing Kim Neal and her replacement will be very difficult. But I trust that she's helping us already trying to think about the type of leadership we need in the police monitor's office. When I ran for mayor, I was public about, and I said this in numerous discussions and forums, and speaking about Tatiana And I was honest with all audiences on the West Side, on East Side, and South Fort Worth. I don't think there was a forum that I turned down. And oftentimes I showed up by myself. And I told those people that I don't think Tatiana would have died the way she did in my neighborhood. And that's a tough thing to say in my city, but I believe it at my core. And how do you heal a place? There's been a lot said tonight that I don't agree with. There's been a lot I do agree with. And it's come from multiple different audiences, and sometimes from the same person at the same time. I think decorum and the way we treat each other matters. And I texted my dad, who's terrible at texting, by the way. He's a retired minister, and he texts in all caps usually. Tried to explain to him that it means you're yelling, but he doesn't understand. And he sent me a scripture from the book of James, and he said, if any of you lacks wisdom, you should ask God, who gives generously to all without finding fault, and it will be given to you. And like always, he's a wise man, and I appreciated that scripture when I needed it. I have to address something that my friend Chris said here tonight that I don't agree with. Whether you are red or blue or independent, Democrat, Republican, it does not mean you don't care about people. And I just have to say that is important. The other thing I think is important for me to articulate is the way we took speakers tonight is the way we take speakers every night on any issue. I don't see a final speaker list until I sit down at this desk, and it's already sorted for me, and it is always for and against in that way from the city secretary's office. There is no conspiracy. That is the way it is listed. The only time I have oftentimes gone out of order was when I see a mom with a young child in the audience, and I think it's best to let her go home quickly. And I've done that and used the privilege of this chair. To my colleagues, I will apologize for not letting you know ahead of time that I moved this item towards the end of the council meeting, but I think now you can understand why I did that, because some of those zoning cases would still be in front of us had I not done so. But I'll apologize for not emailing you all and letting you know. It was a very busy day, as many as you realize, and I had a kiddo that didn't get picked up on time, so I was worried about him first. So to move to this motion, what I said earlier matters. I don't think we're done here tonight. And I am trusting my police chief and my friend. Chief Noakes has worked tirelessly both on command staff before, under the leadership of Ed Krause, and today. He's asking us for more time to create a real Chiefs Advisory Board. And he's even said, I want you to hold me accountable. And that's his job. That's our job from this dais. However, you have my pledge as your mayor. I'm not done talking. Many of you in this room I've had phone calls with. I'll keep having those tough conversations. And I would argue that it may be possible we bring this back up again as he's creating a Chiefs Advisory Board. This council is still toiling with this. But you cannot let this issue be defining for this city. And you may not always agree with me. Most of this room may not have voted for me, but I'm still your mayor right now, and I don't care. I'll work on your behalf just like anybody else, because we are better together in this city, and I believe that at my core. This dais has to be an example for this community. And I'm proud of the people that showed up today, even the people I didn't agree with. You are great examples of what it looks like to govern and what democracy looks like in action, because you showed up. And it takes a lot of bravery, time away from your own families, and you don't have to be here. And you've chosen to be at this dais. So my vote tonight is actually for this community. It's not against a police advisory board. I'm not opposed to amendments and changes in some of the discussion here tonight. This is not the way to do it. Not in the middle of an almost 11 o'clock evening. Changes can be made. So to my colleagues, if you want to bring this back up with additional changes and amendments, please do so. Please do so. I encourage you, if you haven't already, sat down with Chief Noakes to understand where his vision is for this department. Please do so. That's all I can ask. That's all I can ask. Anything else, Elizabeth? No? I just find it to be incredibly rude that you talk continuously when your colleagues are speaking. It shows a level of disrespect that this dais does not deserve.
I think this vote's about to show a level of disrespect that these folks in this community don't
That's fine.
deserve, but we can be difference of opinion.
Let's vote.
Mayor,
Yeah, go ahead.
I have more. I have a hard time believing that this can come back. We've had recommendations, these same recommendations for a year and a half. And the fact that no one came with amendments means that we're not willing to work this out. So Carlos, if you would like to make amendments, I say we continue, because I have no faith that anyone is gonna bring amendments after this. So let's keep working it out. I signed up for this, so we're gonna stay here. We're gonna do line by line by line until we come to consensus, because we've had 2 years and we wasted 2 years by not bringing amendments to this point.
So I hear Jared, he may have a motion for continuance, but we still have to, well, how would that work? You vote on this anyway, regardless. You still have to vote on the current motion on the floor, correct? And then you'd come back to that. Okay, so vote on the motion on the floor, please. So the motion was Chris's original motion that was seconded by Dr. Williams, which was to vote on the ordinance as written with the name change. Go ahead.
If you want to do a continuance, is that? if that's-
Leanne's laying clarification here.
If you want to do a continuance before this vote, you would need to do a motion to do that. Okay.
If I can make a motion that we continue working on this, that's the, like, in this meeting, that's the continuance I want, line by line.
I'm ready to go. We know they gonna.
Anything else?
And that's the point I'm trying to make. There's no keep working on this. I appreciate that sentiment, but no one's bringing amendments to the table, and we've spent hours with no amendments, just criticism.
Jared, you have my commitment. The fight is not over. This is just, this, if anybody's upset, it's me. And I feel you, and I'm glad that you're joining in and supporting this. Carlos had a few amendments that he made, but he voted them down. And so let's take the vote, and we're gonna keep working. The next work session, we'll ask for David to put it back on a future agenda item.
Carlos, did you have something else? Your light's still on.
No, I think my question was answered, if I caught this. Jared's, I guess, the intended motion was to continuance for continuing the meeting? Is that right? Okay, all right, I just wanted to be clear.
Okay.
Let me clarify for you, Carlos. All I was saying was, if you have amendments to make tonight, which it seemed like you did, I'm willing to sit here and talk this through, because that's what we're here for. I mean, yes, that's just what the residents elected us to do.
And to be clear, Jared, when asked originally for the clarification, I started picking some things out, saying, well, this could be that, that could be that. But I prefaced it by saying, I think that we need more time with it. So to be fair to you, staying here tonight, I don't think is going to be productive.
Okay.
That's fair, brother. I respect that.
Okay. So a motion on the floor from Councilmember Nettles. This is exactly the ordinance as written with the name change that was already articulated. It was seconded by Dr. Williams. Please vote. This is the final. Motion fails. That would be the end of our agenda item. Thank you. Meeting adjourned.